Stiels, leather donut. Twisted Stiels, leather donut. Twisted Stiels, leather donut. Twisted Stiels, leather donut. Latex 69 is in the house. We like to run it high. Latex 69 is in the house. Latex 69 is in the house. We like to run it high. Latex 69 is in the house. Twisted Stiels, leather donut. Twisted Stiels, leather donut. Twisted Stiels, leather donut. Twisted Stiels, leather donut. Latex 69 is in the house. We like to rock it high. Latex 69 is in the house. Latex 69 is in the house. We like to rock it high. Latex 69 is in the house.
Well, how's it going, everybody? Oh no. So yeah, I got up. I was getting ready to do the show, put all the pieces together, and fucking OBS decided to freak out on me. I usually use OBS over here on DLive, and it decided to not cooperate. It wouldn't pick up my camera. So now we're gonna use StreamYards tonight, which is fucking gay. Fucking gay. StreamYards is not for Chad streamers. Shit, here we go. Stunt Cock Monday night is for the boys. We got fucking Hagbard and Prophet in the house, dancing, listening to some of that Orgasmo soundtrack. I have always loved that fucking song. That's always been one of my favorite tunes ever since I heard it back in the day. Oh man, I got nothing set up. I'm all fucked up. Travis says, I'm on time for once. Holy shit. Hey man, you're on better time than I am. I'm late. Let me see here. Could have set some ambiance here. Oh, just getting in here. I almost didn't make it. Yeah. But we got it. Because Monday night is for the boys. So we're going to take a look at a bunch of stuff. Kind of in theme with what we've been discussing lately. So we've been talking about the Alpha Cucks, Apex Cucks, Apex Level Cuckoldry. What about just regular cucks? I don't know if we've talked about cucks on NIGHTCAP. We've talked about so many weird things. I have to imagine that like we've covered it like tangentially before, because we've covered like swingers and BDSM and all those kind of things like that. So I'm sure it's been in there. Coomers we covered one night. We even covered that one night. Prophet says, dude shows up late and doesn't even acknowledge my diamond in the chat. Cucked again. Oh, I saw it, my friend. I was about to spotlight you. Thank you for the diamond, Prophets. This started off right. That's a few more lemons towards another bottle of whiskey. I appreciate it, my friend. Really do. Thanks for coming to hang out, boys. Like I said, we should have some fun tonight. Let's see how it goes. Shit. So we're gonna before we start into the theme writ large, we're gonna check out a guy. This guy got saved. Okay? Maybe by Jesus, maybe by his own strength of will, personal fortitude. You never can quite tell. This guy was saved from being gay. Maybe Jack Murphy could learn from this, right? Like he could learn to be saved from being a cuck. Maybe that's why he started the liminal order or the riminal order, if you're so inclined.
You believe that the Lord tonight has set you free.
Yes, sir.
Turn around and tell those people. Tell them. I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more. I said I like women. Women. I said women.
Praise his
I'm
name.
not gay.
Praise his name.
I would not date a man. I would not carry a purse. I would not put on makeup. I will.
Won't do it.
I will.
Can't do it.
A woman.
Welcome to Nightcap.
Now, listen, y'all praise God with him. Hold on, wait a minute. Somebody believe God with him. Hey!
He's breaking it down. Look at him. He's got the
just
spirit of the
preach
straight
condemnation.
inside of him. Oh.
We preach reconciliation.
Oh, look at her. Oh, she's dying. That's her son.
Hallelujah. God, help him, Lord. Help him, Lord. Help him.
I don't think he needs any more help.
I wish I had some shown up believers that'll come down here and dance with him and tell him you can do it.
He's like, get some pussy down here immediately.
Name of Jesus.
He's dancing with guys again. I thought we talked about this. Hagbert says, I see the light. Jake Blues. Sorry, StreamYard just got me all fucked up.
Hey! That's right.
That's right, motherfucker. You see the Lord today?
When I tell you, I want you to run down towards the camera and tell them I got a brand new light. Run right now. Run. Because it's in front of you. Glory to God. Somebody shout better.
That guy's just gonna like run outside and suck somebody's dick as fast as he possibly can. Immediately. That dude is going out and he's getting some cock. You can only pray out so much, you know what I mean? Okay. So let's start off with some fun cuckery. So we got a list of degenerate porn stars. They're going to describe their experiences with cuckoldry, whether it's a good thing, a bad thing. You know, what do porn stars think of cucks? What do they think of the old Murph? Hagbert says this church rules. It's like a very festive place, man. Although not a lot of empty seats in there, I noticed. You know, not everybody's down with the project. Saving people. Let's see what these degenerates have to say about cuckoldry. Ask a porn star. Cuckold porn.
What is cuckold porn and have I done any?
Okay, so cuckold and porn is when
it's like a couple.
Well, I mean, like, it's not true. It's like they should be more explicit here, right? It's cuckold simulation. You're not really being cuckolded. It's not really what's going on. They're simulating cuckoldry. I just want to be that. I just want to, I want it to be clear. Straight up, it's simulation. Much like the Matrix.
And then you have sex. Like one of the partners has sex with somebody else while like that person watches or like is sort of like humiliated by it or like on or around that person, I guess. I pretend to be in a serious relationship with a person, usually married.
Usually referred to as a beta male.
A cuck.
Slave boy.
A little bitch.
Generally considered inadequate sexually.
Not being worthy of her.
Cuckolds are not real men. They are like little sissy bitches.
And then in front of that person, I have sex with another person.
A nice big alpha male.
A stud or a bull who has a big dick and is beautiful and has a nice body and is great in bed.
Dude with a bigger dick than the guy she's cuckolding.
This is like very, I think you could be a lot more broad than this, ladies, Trauma says, soon you'll tell me the people in the brother-sister videos aren't siblings. I hate to break it to you, man. Listen, I'm not here to pop your fantasy bubble.
Or just like somebody who's like better looking or younger or whatever.
And sometimes they play it off as me being cruel to that person.
That makes me think of Game of Thrones. Shame, shame, shame.
And sometimes they play it off as that person enjoying watching me with the other person.
And this is what they get off on when I allow them to. When I say it's okay for them to get off to it.
Okay, yeah.
And they really enjoy just having a wonderful woman in control and having fun and enjoying herself with the alpha males. With
this woman may have spent some time around Jack Murphy. Seems like she's been groomed. she's given the cucks preferred answer. Like, this is fun, it's consensual, it's fucking just like, listen, dude, it's a little bit of fucking kink. A little bit of kink, bro. Prof says, okay, I've watched literally hundreds of hours of cuckold porn and I've never seen a single one of these broads. What gives? I don't know, man. You've never seen any of them? I've seen a few of them. At least one of them. Maybe that Sherry chick.
The larger
Shetty.
penises and the better sexual skills than the cuckolds have.
I just think it takes them to a place that no one else will be able.
You tell me you've never seen old Mocha Minaj over here? Come on now.
Able to do it, like they're, maybe an authority figure or, in their workplaces, someone that people look up to, and it's like in the bedroom, they just want to be humiliated and taken advantage of, and all of that. It's the only place they can really feel they can allow that to happen. So, and they love it.
I've done lots of cuckold porn.
I've done a couple cuckold scenes.
I have done scenes like that.
I would never be cuckolding anyone. I don't like to be mean during sex.
I've done cuckolding in my real life for a while, so getting dude on camera and just go into my own little zone and female domination. Love it.
I've been in cuckold porn when I had sex with the wife and made the other person watch.
When I was on
Yeah, that guy's like, he's like, no, I do not cuckold. I do not cuckold, but I will be the cuckolder.
cam, everyone wanted to be my little bitch. And it's funny because I'm more submissive and I had to bring out my dominant side.
Before I tried it, I didn't realize.
Although it's funny, like, just to go back, this dude, I've seen this dude before, but I haven't seen most of those girls, like Prophet kind of said, with his many hours of extensive research into cuckold porn. But you've seen the dude, because I think, dude, like, men in porn, in like kind of a weird way, have more like market value. Like, there's like millions of girls, right? Probably that go through that system, or at least probably a few 100,000 a year that try to go there, kind of like going to Hollywood and trying to become an actress, right? But it's just like hard to find like good, stable male talent. So it's like the same dudes since like the fucking 80s. Like, you could go all the way back to like, 1986. And what is it, like Peter North or something like that? Is that the guy's name? Peter North? Is that a real person? That seems like a real person. That seems like a porn star. But they just stay around forever, like into like their 50s and 60s before they cash out. Where, female porn stars, they hit like 33 and they're like, oh, you're in MILF now. You're in MILF porn now. Hey, you're over 30.
Realize I would like it so much, but now I really, really like it. Also, the idea of just having someone there, like, watching me get boned and like not being able to do anything about it is really cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty good with shit talking, dirty talking. So they like to hire me for,
Look at all my fantasies,
humiliation
yeah.
and dom and all that stuff. So
I asked them what specifically they like being humiliated for, and then from there I'll either think it up on my own, or if they give me like a long drawn out script, then I'll go off of that. But the majority of the time it's making fun of their tiny little cocks, or how they like to dress up in women's clothing.
Oh, okay.
Or how they like to worship me. Or
That's right. Travis says Peter North was a staple. Yeah. Prophet says that's because all women have to do is show up, look good, and lay back. A man has to be well endowed and in control of his orgasms, like me. Hagbard says Velma there is really high energy. Oh yeah, I just really loved it. And the first time it ever happened to me, it was just a great experience. And so I kept doing it. Jinkies.
You know, just little stuff like that.
My husband just liked to watch, so he just kind of stood there and watched in the corner, and then at the end joined in.
My boyfriend's a little beta wimpy boy, and then this big, hot, muscular dude comes over, and we just kind of fuck in front of him, and he just sits there and watches.
I was
Why? I mean, don't you have enough of this in your professional life? You got to bring it home. I always kind of just like imagined in like my mind's eye that if you were a porn star, like you would probably maybe you would have like kind of a boring, mundane life. Like if you were like a lifetime, a long timer, you were in porn for a long time. Like how can you sustain that kind of energy just constantly? I guess I'm wrong. These hornballs, these degenerate hornballs. Let me tell you something. They're in the bedroom. They're on the set. Coom.
a rich bitch, and I had a slave in a cage, and he wanted to fuck me, but he couldn't. So yeah, I showed him what a real cock looked like. But it was actually my husband was in the cage, and I was making him feel bad about not having a big dick, something like that.
I have filmed my own pornography and then did voice overlay to mindfuck submissives that I.
Don't you love? See, these are like the feminist porn stars. One's like, oh, my own pornography, and yeah, it's part of my like mistress domination thing that I do. Because they look kind of normal in a freaky way. What is this though? What's this necklace? Some kind of witchcraft? She got in there. Hagler says, was that Joanna Angel with the tattoos? No, that was not Joanna Angel, because I definitely know who Joanna Angel is.
I toy with.
It was me and Shane Diesel, and the guy that happened to be the cook was like my husband, and I wanted to fuck this guy that has big Coke can dick, Shane Diesel, and
You know what I like about all these girls is how smart they sound, how bright they are. They don't just got bodies. They can't. It's not just that they can suck a dick. You know what I'm saying? Or take a massive Coke can cock in their anuses. No. They also got a lot going up here. Very business minded. Okay. They're here to get it done.
he was just gonna watch me fuck him, and I don't think he actually ate his cum, because sometimes they tend to do that at the end of cuckold scenes, but that didn't happen. So
Please, can we refer to it as it should be referred to? It's called felching. It's just kink, guys.
that was kind of cool.
Did a cuckold scene, cum eating cuckolds actually.
I did a scene with Jay Wimp and Christian Wilde, and these guys are friends of mine. They're awesome.
Oh yeah, super cool guys.
Where Jay was supposed to be my sexually inferior husband, and he's adorable, like little mousy guy. And Christian's like,
Trauma just wants to let everybody in the chat know, and everybody that watches the archive on YouTube, his classes are still 20% off for a limited. This is limited time. Okay, this is not going to be forever. So get into these classes, guys. Let me tell you something. You want to know what it's like? You want to know how to comport yourself in the most masculine way? How to cultivate erotic energy from unusual methodology? Trauma is your man.
like big, muscular, like tattooed, beautiful man. And Jay was sexually inadequate. So I put his cock and balls in this contraption that was like 2 plates of plexiglass that screw together and kind of smush it flat like a pancake, so that if he got an erection, it would be incredibly painful for him. And he got to watch me fuck Christian, and he got to suck some dick, but he did not get to touch my pussy at all.
My husband
I
wore
mean, it's a pretty generous scenario, even just to let him be included. I'm sure he probably would have just been happy to be there.
a dress and a chastity belt, and he sucked on a dildo, and he While the other guy was fucking me, he put a condom on for a minute, took it off, and my pretend husband had to chew it like gum. Any that I have to be like mean to somebody is kind of hard for me because I'm not a mean person.
She's like, I just want to fuck. Why you got to make this dude chew on this dirty condom? Why you got to do it? Oh, they're like, don't worry about it. He loves it. He fucking loves it. Dave loves that shit. So let's see here. This is an interview with an actual submissive. Interview with an actual cuckold / submissive slave Fluffy. He goes by. Maybe he's done a scene with one of those girls. You know, you never know. You never know. Oh yeah, make sure to follow them at the Dog Fart Network. And if you think, you see the name Dog Fart Network, you're like, oh, this must be like this is some kind of comedy group, some comedy collective. No, there is actually some pornography company called Dog Fart Network.
Dude, you have an unusual stage name in a good way. What is it?
Slave Fluffy.
How'd you get that name?
Well, Fluffy actually came to me when I was working for a vendor fair during the holidays for a kinky nonprofit group. And I was dressed like
What the fuck is a kinky non-profit group? Are they just like non-profits, tax exempt non-profits running around just talking about kink? Probably, actually, they probably fucking are nowadays. They'll be in your kid's grade school class pretty soon here. Like, oh well, this is today we have the cuck come in. Oh, the kids loved them.
elf, and somebody said I looked like Fluffy, and the name just stuck.
And Slave Fluffy is because you're into what kind of lifestyle?
I'm submissive.
And this isn't just something where you're only submissive when the camera's rolling. This is something you do in your real life.
Oh yeah.
Talk about that.
I actually have a dom who is based out of New Jersey that I met in the New York City scene. That we became really good friends, and next thing you know, about a year after we met, we decided to take a run for it. Now she's been my dom for almost a year.
Now, do you think this is something that...
I love that it's like some weird business arrangement. Like we just decided to take a run for it. We just decided we're just going to go for it now. We got together. We got the goods. We got the goods. We're a team. There was something there, a special, a spark, something.
This isn't something that you just got into. You've always kind of been into it. Like you're either a dom or you're not. What I'm getting at. Is that true?
I mean, there's some people that are switchy. I mean, I'm more on the submissive side, and this is something I've been into. I mean, I've been interested since I was a teenager.
Right. But it's not something. What I meant, I explained it wrong. What I meant was, you can't really learn to be a sub. You're either a sub, or you can either do it or you can't. You're kind of like born into it, I want to say.
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, I'm sure people have tried to learn how to do it, but it's one of those things you're either born into it or you're not.
Hagbard says ABC, always be cuckolding. You want to get a peek at those leads? You better get cucked, fella.
It's not an easy thing.
So are you in the sub-dom relationships you've had before? Take us through that. Like, you actually go out? Is it, when you go out in public, are you a sub in public, or is it just behind closed doors?
I mean, it is when we're together, it is kind of a 24/7 in a way, just not to the extreme that would be behind closed doors. Like, obviously, if I'm at her house, staying at her house when I'm in town, I'll drive her around. I'll go out and run errands for her.
I'll squat by the couch. I'll crawl on the floor. Just normal sub stuff.
I'll straighten up around her house. But, when we're out in public, we go to movies. We do normal human, non-sub-dom things that there is a little, I'm always on the dom-sub thing. So, like, she's... if she asked me to do something, I'm going to do it for her.
It's not like she's walking you on a leash in public.
She's not walking me on a leash in public,
okay.
but it's there.
But why wouldn't you? Isn't that what you would like, though? Like, isn't that part of your whole thing? Wouldn't you want, like, this kind of consistent feeling of humiliation? Or is that a separate thing? That's when people get really nuanced about, like, the way they want to be shamed. Like, well, I don't like being shamed on Friday nights. Let me tell you why. Hagbard says second prize is a set of steak knives, so you can do the honorable thing.
The DS relationship is still there. It's just not as exposed as it would be behind closed doors.
Is there intimacy in a sub-dom relationship, or is it strictly not, like, kind of hands-off?
I mean, it's more hands off for me, but like she's cuckolded me before.
Mhm.
She's had me eat her out after she's done fucking another guy.
He's like, yeah, and that's really, I mean, I really like that a lot. Tarami says he thinks they do normal non-sub dom things, but I'm not sure this guy can really tell anymore. Yeah, probably not, right? He's just he's too deep. He's in too deep. He's so into the lifestyle, you know?
She usually doesn't let the guy come. She usually makes him go to the bathroom and finish off in the bathroom. But yeah, she's done that.
He doesn't let the guy come inside her. So she's like a considerate, dom. She's very considerate because she's like, I don't want this guy slurping cum. I ain't a fucking sicko.
So there is intimacy, but it's different between her different slaves.
So wait, when she's having sex with this guy, she doesn't take a pop shot to the face or anywhere. She says, "All right."
She makes him finish off in the bathroom, and that's usually how it goes.
Why do you think that is? It's kind of.
It's more about her pleasure than.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I got it. See, she wants to deny him the privilege of, doing it on the face or anything like that. All right. Do you have any tips, advice for guys wanting to be a cuckold? Or think about getting into it?
Just go out and explore the scene, local scene.
Mhm.
I mean, go out to parties and meet people. I mean, it'd be amazing how quickly things can blow up after you actually go out and
Or blow on, if you know what I mean.
experience the scene.
Right.
And it's the easiest thing to do.
Has there been an instance where she asked you to get cuckolded where you said, well, this scenario is just a little too out for me. I got to go.
No.
No.
I mean, and it's usually not asking. It usually just happens.
Right.
You'd be sitting in the room and it just happens, just
Right.
out of nowhere.
And I know just to sit there and keep my fucking mouth shut. I'm a good sub. I'm a good sub, ladies. I'm a good fucking sub. Please pay attention to me.
So if you're dating a dom right now, let's say you were, and she brings a guy home to have sex with, you're totally cool with it because you know
it's
your
poly,
place.
It's a poly relationship. I mean, that's one of those things that once you start getting into the lifestyle more, poly becomes more of a necessity than anything.
Right. But are you afforded that same opportunity? Like if you want to bring a girl home to bang in front of her, is
Probably
that
not
No. The answer is no.
in front of her,
Right.
but I can definitely go out and have sex with other girls. I would just have to ask permission though.
Got it. Oh, okay. Has there been a time when she said no?
No.
But the thought of asking permission.
I mean, I've asked her permission to jerk off, and she's told me no.
She's told you no? Oh my God. All right, Slave Fluffy, you are one
Oh
of
my God, Fluffy, what did you do? I just didn't do it, man. I just sat there. Blue balls, bro. And then they fucking fist pound.
a kind, dude. You're great to have on set. We got this for Dog Fart. Let's do this.
Let's do it.
Yeah, this is for Dog Fart, y'all. This is for Dog Fart, everyone. Welcome to Dog Fart. God, if I had only been a little more industrious, if I had only been a little smarter, I could have named my shit Dog Fart. Dog Farts. Trami says, quote unquote, I definitely can, he says, because he hasn't, or he'd say, I definitely have. Well, that's very true. So, I think this is, so I was looking up, just to, I guess we'll circle a little bit around the old Murph. The Riminal Order. So somebody took, I think there's actually a site. I don't know where it is though. But somebody started a page, a Reddit page. There's a YouTube page, the Riminal Order. I didn't know this before I started tonight. Before I actually looked this up while we were watching one of the videos, I have made it onto the Riminal Order's Reddit page. My heart will go Alpha Cuck, heartfelt. It's been making the rounds. I made it on Kiwi Farms. Pretty big deal, guys. Pretty big deal. Oh, here it is. Criminalorder.com. That's what I was looking for. So somebody made a parody site of Jack's website. Trauma says you got a good amount of views on that one. Yeah, it's I think the most viewed video. Before that, it was the video of the first time I ever took Delta 8s, which is like a THC alternative, or just like a weed alternative. But yeah, so the Criminal Order, somebody started a site. It's pretty funny. The Criminal Order is an exclusive men's organization whose mission is to change our culture by cucking ourselves. We ascribe to positive submissiveness and believe in the power of the bull cock. The men of the Criminal Order know we must cuck ourselves such that we may be better service to our families, communities, and our nation. Through cucking, heteroflexibility, rimming, and shame, the Criminal Order equips the ass, mouth, and hands to always be filled in today's chaotic culture. Oh, yeah. Membership information. Membership in the Criminal Order is always open. We only ask you that you purchase one of our products. And they do have products. They opened a Teespring store, which it's pretty hilarious. I mean, fucking why not? I bet you people, probably more than you would think, bought this shit. If only I had been slightly smarter, maybe I could have done something like this. I mean, why not, right? But it's pretty funny. I just wanted to show it. I thought it was funny. Like, this is one of the first time in a long time that the internet has like done something like to this extreme. So much so that it even got like Mr. Medicare to do 2 streams within like 3 weeks. Okay. Here's a little video about Are You a Cuck? Little explainer. So maybe, maybe you'll see something in yourself. Maybe this will be an awakening for you. And this couple that we're about to watch, we actually stumbled across them when we were one night we were talking about swingers. We went and kind of did a little exploring into the swinger lifestyle, which I ended up finding was just really boring. Because it's just like middle-aged people that are just bored, seems like, or have some hang-ups or have some proclivities, and they finally found someone that wants to do that with them. So these people run basically like sex resorts. They're almost like what do you call them? Travel agents, but for sex tourism types of shit. Tom and Bunny. There we go.
Hey everyone, we're Tom and Bunny, and we were just hit up the other day by a couple. He doesn't really want to play.
No.
He has some performance anxieties. He's nervous.
There's always one person in the relationship, right? There's always one of them is really into this shit, and they want everything. All they want to do is push their partner into doing it with them, and they have to be like kind of groomed and almost like fucking gaslit into thinking like this is what they want out of life. Even Jack Murphy and the Red Hen, even him and his fiance or whatever, like, we listened to that podcast, and this is something that I discovered from watching other videos on NIGHTCAP about BDSM people, is that usually you have to kind of allow yourself to be gaslit a little bit and also to be groomed. Nobody likes being peed on. Like, nobody really actually likes that shit. But after a period of time, you can rewire a person. And especially if they're naturally like more of a submissive person, if they're more of a pushover, if they're a pleaser. So it seems like the people that are into this kind of stuff, that's the kind of relationships they seek out, where they're like, the dominant one. And they find somebody who's kind of just like wants to do anything to please their partner. And they slowly push them into these kinds of lifestyles. Trami says, PT Barnum's cuckolding circus coming to your town soon. Trami also says, like Jack's wife in the interview, who really struggled to normalize his ideas. Exactly. Egbert says, holy shit, I have the same exact bar behind them. My grandfather brought it back from Formosa after World War II. Damn. I don't know. Hagbird, listen, are you a cuck? Are you a cuck? Listen, man. Just have an open mind, bro. It's just kink.
But but he wants to watch his wife with other men and participate with his own wife.
That's correct.
But he doesn't want to look for a couple.
No.
Now, what he came up to us and said is he's being told that he's a cuckold.
Yeah, no.
And he's afraid, he doesn't want people or even his wife to humiliate him.
No, because for some people, they just coming into this life, they think that's the way that they have to do it. You play however you want to play. If you just want to watch your wife with another man, then you definitely want to meet the man and tell him that.
Exactly. A lot of
This was like, I remember reading. It was like, Reddit has all these crazy like kind of posts and forums, and it was like a guy who was doing this kind of stuff, and he ended up getting raped by the bull. Like, because he tried to like join in, he had to like build up to it, and at some point, the guy just raped his ass. Just raped his fucking ass, dude. That's always the danger too. You bring a bull in there. You better know that bull well. For all you know, you could be cuckolding your wife. You know what I'm saying? Trami says, not judging, but we need to know, Hagbard. And Hagbard says, only on odd days. And Trami says, whoa, that's incredibly dark. It was very dark. That's why it's never left my memory, because I probably read that, 5-6 years ago. It's just something like that is so like shocking, and it's something you don't think about. You don't think even about like the possibility of something like that. And somebody on Reddit just like pouring themselves out looking for support, because he was like, I don't know what to do. Should I call the police? Like, I don't know, dude. You just get held down and raped in front of your fucking wife? Christ.
single men will go into it because a lot of couples, the cuckold couples, want a bull, a very dominant, aggressive male. If you just want to have a good time, search out the single male and let them know that you're looking for something a little more relaxed, passive, and tell them that you want to be in charge.
Right. And
there's a lot of couples like that.
I would say there's a lot of couples like that.
Right.
And there's a lot of single men that too. They just want to go out and they want to have a good time.
Mm-hmm. They just want to go out and they want to be bulls. You know what I mean? Hagbard says, did he pin his blicky to his head? No, I don't think so. I think he just overpowered him and raped him. Trauma says shortage of blickies was definitely a factor. Well, they hadn't done the update yet, so he couldn't get his blicky. It wasn't in the bathroom yet. This reminds me, these people remind me back long time ago, when I was in a band. We were playing at like this weird hotel, and we became very friendly with the woman that owned the hotel. It was like a bar, hotel, restaurant type deal. And we became very friendly with the woman. It was like this middle-aged, probably like 50s, mid-50s, Korean woman. And she invited us all to a swingers party at her hotel. She like had like basically like a key party at her hotel. And so we got the band together, and then we got like every friend we knew, and we all went to the hotel. And it was one of the funniest, most awkward nights of my entire life. I didn't hook up with anybody. I was not anyone's bull. But yeah, a lot of funny conversations, a lot of awkward glances, a lot of like, oh, what are you guys doing here? You're young. Because it was just us, like my bandmates and our friends. We were all like in our mid-20s. And then everybody else that was there was probably like 45 to like 65. Like all of the other participants in this party. So it was kind of funny.
And don't think that some people say, oh, I don't want a bedpost notcher. Yeah, no. Hey, you want someone with experience.
Right.
You want someone that's not going to have performance anxieties or nervous. So sometimes when you got someone who's had a lot of play partners, that actually may be a good thing.
Yes, I think it would be, especially.
I like this kind of like nobleness. They're like, I don't want to just be, a notch on your bedpost, cuck, bull. I don't want to just be another one of these people that you fucked somebody's wife. I want this to be special. I want this to mean something to you.
if that's what you're looking for.
Right.
You don't want to single out one. You don't want to single out one single guy, and then he comes and he's all nervous as hell too.
Right.
That party's not going to go anywhere.
And if you get in a situation like that where they're too nervous, don't think that everyone's like that.
No.
You can always look for another person. Don't give up after your first 10 or 20 tries.
10 or 20.
Just kidding.
So yeah, you guys go up.
Hagbert says that's why you need some Blue Chew and half a gram of Coke. There's probably some Coke floating around, but no Blue Chew. No Blue Chew. Didn't have it in my boner pills.
There, you play however you want. If you want just your wife to be involved, then more power to you. You do what makes you feel comfortable. If you want to be in charge, if you want to be the dominant one, or if you want somebody else to be, or if you just want everybody to play evenly, it's all good.
Exactly. I mean, we have single men in our life, and it's rare.
Very,
very rare, but
very rare that I'll let somebody come over here and try to fuck my bunny. Very rare. Oh, I like this. The subtle suggestion here. Look at this. Mad Bull. Mad Bull, they're sending us messages. Ducks, bulls.
every now and then we throw one into the mix. And so far, I have not been demeaned, humiliated. I have not been called a cuckold.
No.
Which I'm none of those.
No. You're a very dominant person.
I'm a very dominant person. Matter of fact, I'm telling the guy, dude.
He's like, do this, man. I got a gun. I got a fucking gun, buddy. You better fuck my wife right. You better fuck my wife right, as he's just loading bullets into his revolver.
Yes, do that.
Not like that, though.
That's how he like rationalizes that. And look at her. She's just happy because she's getting a dick in her ass. And he's just like, haha, I'm in control. I told him what to do and where to put it. Oh, yeah, I'm powerful. I'm powerful. I ain't no cuck. Ain't no cuck, okay? Hagrid says, Tyrone Jr., get my blicky.
That. But we just want to throw this video out really fast. You do not have to be a cuckold. You do not have to be humiliated to allow a single male in your life.
No. Nope. Just go out and have a good time. Let it flow naturally.
They don't like labels. Okay, they don't like labels. If you have a single guy coming over to fuck your wife, whether or not you're telling him what to do, you might be a cuck. So the question that the video poses, are you a cuck? I think, sir, you may be in a little bit of denial. Maybe it's semantics. You know, I'm sure they'll be like, oh, they'll be like the antinatalists. What you're talking about is ephilism. You're not talking about antinatalism. Semantics. Tromby says, I'm calling it. Tyrone Jr. isn't Tyrone's and Mr. Cuckold isn't Tyrone's. And Mr. Cuckold and Tyrone end up bonding over it. Oh, that would be a nice twist. That would be a nice twist for the story. Should contact Team Sneed.
And we'd be curious of your comments.
Please do.
Yeah. If you've gotten, tell us your circumstances. You don't have to leave a comment. Send us an email. We'll include it in the next version of this.
We certainly will.
This is just a quickie.
Like life.
Like life.
Just bend over.
I don't. She always dresses like this too. I guess this is just her gear. You know, respect to the lady that's comfortable in her own skin. This poor this doofy bastard. He loves it though.
Take care of it.
That's it. You don't even have to
move on up and
watch TV, read your book, text. I don't care. Have a good night.
Good night.
Lube on up. Watch TV. I don't care. I don't care. See, let's see what the comments are like. Did anybody leave comments? That might be interesting. Hagbert says we should crowdfund a speech therapist for these two. Tide and Dixie says both of y'all are funny. Merry Christmas. Enjoy your videos. Bunny looks great in this outfit. Ooh. Bry Guy says, I had a cuckold experience. I was the bull. I didn't pay much attention to the husband. I just did my thing. He asked for me to come back, so it went well. I got off. She came multiple times. We're talking multiples, people. I think this hits the mark for many couples. It's mainly about her orgasms and a husband who gets off to her getting off. This guy wants to know, are you still a bull? Might have an interested party. Trami says 120,000 views, 52 comments. That's how comfortable people were watching this. Does it really got that many? It does, because their channel has 15K subs. But, I assume, with a title like that, we found it, right? So, shit. Let's see here. Look at the booze in this place. It's like a damn package store. Laugh out loud. I'll stop by and watch and drink. You've got some good stash here. Happy New Year. Well, goodness gracious. Stiggy Stigwood. I think people do get hung up on labels. See, like I said, for many, maybe most folks, the word cuckold has such baggage, such negative connotations and association. It really doesn't jibe much with what today's cuckold couples look like in practical terms, what they experience and who they are. They're finding joy and reconnection together. I think we should look at as not much different than swinging, with the woman as the designated hitter for the couple. Oh man, that might be one of Jack Murphy's burner accounts. Lovely couple. I love you both. I'm a single male, 30 years old, just getting into the lifestyle and have a lot to learn. Laugh out loud. Also having a very hard time. I'm trying to go to my first swingers club, but really nervous. The life of Brian, huh? See, does he have videos? He does not. It's a shame. Forgive my ignorance, but is the term cuckold derogatory? Tom and Bunny say, no, it's not. It's a term like any other fetish term. He's good. Travis says, holy shit, the rationalization. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the hell has to happen to you for this to be a thing that you might want to do. I don't know. I'm not like a prude. I'm not trying to come down on people for no reason or anything. But at the same time, I do think it's odd. All right, let's see here. So I think this is from one of these dominatrix sex therapist ladies. We'll check her out. I think I might have to volume boost her, unfortunately. So hopefully it doesn't fuck it up too much. As we had last stream with this.
Darling. In this video series, we have been delving into the kinky practice of cuckolding. And in this video, we will be talking about the one and only form of cuckolding that I do not endorse nor recommend in any way. And, I didn't really start this channel with the intention of it being solely focused on cuckolding. I'm more broadly focused around illuminating consciousness with all kinds of kink. I just started with cuckolding because cucks just have such a sweet place in my heart.
Okay, what is this woman's name? So she is Follow Mistress Nurture. Mistress Nurture. Okay.
So to tell you the truth, I was a little bit surprised at how much this particular kink really speaks to people. And it also elicits a lot of very strong emotions, both pleasant and unpleasant. And one of the reasons that it can bring up so much unpleasant emotion is because betrayal is a huge element in non-consensual cuckolding. Cheating. Now, this isn't to be
non-consensual cuckolding. Could you be an unawares cuckold? Is that possible? Like she said, it's cheating. Well, isn't that just what we call it? We call it cheating. If you're just unfaithful to your wife or your partner or whatever, your husband, boyfriend, girlfriend, we just call it cheating. We don't call it non-consensual cuckolding. Tarami says, I'm trying not to judge, but kind of like with Jack, it's the fact that they're always trying to smooth over and rationalize that makes it. Then he says, continued. I agree with you. It's kind of just like the mental gymnastics that go on that actually make it interesting, that make it fascinating to learn about these people, because usually there's probably something underneath it, and that's something I guess we do a lot on NIGHTCAP. We're looking for the subtext. We're looking for what's beneath the things that people say. Trami continues, seems like it needs defending for them personally rather than introduce it to others. Yeah, they want to defend their lifestyle because they are insecure about it. Because they know, like, there's a stigma, the way that society or whatever would look at these things, they would be judgmental because it's abnormal. And I don't even mean that in a pejorative sense, right? It's just, it is not the norm. It is not what most people want. It's not how most people have developed. Like a lot of people, they like to get into this whole thing about monogamy. Like, oh, monogamy is kind of a new thing, you know? It's only been around for like 150, like a couple hundred years. And you're like, yeah, well, there might be a reason for that. Like, you know, as time went on, as culture developed, as humanity developed just writ large, like, you know, I'm sure there's other cultures and stuff that are still like kind of regressive in a sense, or not as far along as we are in the Western world, that probably have more open relationships and stuff like that, because there was probably a time where that was a necessity, right? So as it's become less of a necessity, probably monogamy is something that actually helps people. You know, it actually has helped us kind of, I don't know, progress as a species, as a culture, live longer, build things, build legacies. These are things that were kind of only allowed or only left to people like if you were royalty, if you were kings. Now everybody has that opportunity. Like, make your relationships mean something. Try to make your name mean something. That wasn't such a thing for a long time for the average person. But here we go. Here we are.
Fused with consensual non-consent cuckolding, the relationship in which the cuck has already given blanket consent or the secrecy is part of the kink itself, right? No, I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about actual cheating. Now, the truth of the matter is that when we look at the statistics, we see that over 60% of married couples have had some sort of infidelity at least once in their marriage. So non-consent.
I always see these kind of statistics thrown around. I don't know how do you measure that? Like, who is self-reporting cheating? Although other than like maybe people that are a little bit more like, I don't know, for lack of a better way, lascivious. And I'm not like, you know, not judging people that have, you know, strayed from their relationships or whatever, but it's it just, I don't know. Like, I see people only like people that are into this kind of stuff, mistresses, people like Jack Murphy, people that like want to kind of rationalize their lifestyle and why they do the things that they do. They try to like couch it in this higher ethic. Like, well, you know, monogamy is just, what's so great about monogamy anyways? Really what I'm doing is I'm taking the power back. I'm taking the humanity's power back. Trauma says there's a good chance cheating can be both over and underreported. That's true. I don't know how you would know though. I mean, because it's the kind of statistic you really only throw out in these kinds of circumstances, usually with people that are pro. I don't know. What's a good way to put it? Pro degeneracy. Is that how the internet would? Is that how the internet would couch it nowadays? Is that what they would say? Like pro degeneracy? Trauma says, like, yeah, man, I get so much pussy.
Sensual cuckolding is not unusual. And I want to make it clear that even though I do not endorse it,
Rami says pro-generacy. Sure, yeah, we can start. Let's start using that term. These kind of people, they're pro-generacy.
I absolutely do not judge it. Talk about glass houses. I didn't come out of the womb with the skills necessary to conduct open, honest, ethical, polyamorous relationships. I have been on both.
No, you have to be groomed into it because it's not the norm.
Sides of non-consensual cucking. Okay, this is not a video designed to make you feel bad about your past, nor is it to drum up hurt feelings of betrayal. Not at all.
What is the point of the video? I hope she gets to it at some point.
but rather to bring an awareness to how much trust, transparency, and communication is necessary to engage in any of the roles in a cuckolding dynamic. This is a practice, right? And I say practice, not perfect. We did not come to this planet to be perfect. We came here to this planet to be a contribution and to continuously evolve and expand our awareness and consciousness so that we can learn to make choices that are more aligned with honoring ourselves.
Honoring, yes, just the narcissism. Like, this is what I'm talking about. They can't just be like, yeah, I'm just into, I'll give this to Jack Murphy. Like when this was brought up to him, he's like, I was into kinky shit. At least that's like where he is now. That's what he said like today. But this is just about, it's like this this part of the human experience and expanding and helping the consciousness of the planet to evolve. That's why we do these things. That's why we engage in this behavior.
Honoring others, because learning is what this whole existence is about. Learning, experiencing, exploring. Life is so rich when you can have
Like, this is the same thing you would say if you were telling somebody, like, man, you need to travel. You need to see what's out there in the world. Trauma said her speech patterns are 100% in concordance with the decorations in her home. I always get a kick out of listening to these self-appointed gurus. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking like, oh, I bet she's into crystals and chakras.
Allowance for yourself and learn from your experiences rather than judge yourself for the choices that you made in the past. You will create a much better future when you are able to release judgment and embrace the pathway that you are on. And
right? Hagbert says she's like a high school art teacher who moonlights as a dominatrix. Yeah, I definitely knew a few girls in high school when I was in high school that probably grew up to be like this. Catholic school. I went to Catholic high school. Definitely probably a few that grew up to be like this. They were already on the cusp when we were teenagers.
And even in the rough situation of cheating, a lot of cucks actually discovered that they were cuckolds through the experience of being cheated on and finding that there was something about it that was right for them. So even if it's a painful experience that brings that positive realization, my point of view is that it's worth it, right? And
I thought she said this is the one form of cuckolding to avoid. So now it's like, well, everything happens for a reason. And if your partner, if they cheated on you and you liked it, well, the pain that you felt, it was for personal discovery. Trami says to Hagbard, my high school web design teacher was into swinging and shit, actually, now that you reminded me. Trami also says, yes, then they should have ended the relationship and found another relationship to practice cuckoldry in. Hagbard says, my JV football coach was into fucking underage boys, as it turned out. Actually, one of my brothers, they're like a high school soccer coach, got busted. It's like a few years ago. It was like maybe 5 years ago. Got busted like having relationships with like 14-year-old girls at the school, at the high school.
And so the key to all of this, the key to being able to be an allowance for yourself, to learn from your mistakes instead of judging yourself, to be able to have open, honest communication with your partner instead of staying quiet because you're afraid of what they might think. To be able to stand in your own solid, potent energy, declare yourself, claim yourself with pride, and honoring yourself enough that you're willing to advocate for this life, for what you want, for the kind of relationship you want to create. The key to all of this is to do the work you need to do, to drop your shame, neutralize judgment, and to live an authentic life unapologetically. And if that sounds like something that you want, if that sounds like the type...
She's like, hey, buddy, well, I'm the lady for you. Sign up for my class now. Trami says, it's just a kink, you know. And then he clarifies, that was a joke.
The person you want to be, solid, potent, honest, powerful, then give me a call. I've got links all over here that you can click on, and it'll...
I was joking. I was fucking joking. I did not know she was going to immediately goes into sales lady mode. I didn't expect that, actually. I thought I was just joking around.
Bring you to my profile page on Night Flirt.
I did call it.
And from there are instructions on how you can drop me a line, schedule a session with me, a one-on-one, unapologetic, shameless, authentic life session. And in less than an hour, I can help you release shame and self-judgment that you have been accumulating.
In less than an hour. I wonder how much. We're going to have to do a little investigation. We're going to have to see how much this costs.
Your whole lifetime. I want you to imagine what you would be able to be, do, say, think if you had no fear of being judged. What would you be capable of?
You could become the Ubermensch.
What would be possible if you truly had no fear of being judged?
Hagrid says, less than an hour. I only need 2 minutes, lady. Just look deep into my eyes on a Zoom call and speak softly to me. Slowly.
Think about that, my darlings. Okay, so with those questions for you to sit with, to ponder and be open to the possibilities of, I will leave you with that. I am Mistress Ma Nurture. Please be sure to give the video a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, drop me a comment below. I love to hear from you. And until next time, mwah, bye now.
She's like, that's happened to me too. When you're just like signing off for the video and you're like looking for the stop record button. Oh shit. All right, hold on. We gotta see what the fuck is going on with this lady. All right. Book your one-on-one with Mistress Nurture. Click the link above. Join me on Night Flirt. Ooh, Night Flirt. Like NIGHTCAP. Drop me a line in my chat box and we'll chat and set up a time to connect. Oh my god. All right, well, let's look at the comments before we check out her website, I guess. See what we got in the comments section here. Actually, I should probably, before I show her website, I should probably look at it. Make sure there's not like make sure there's not any nudity. Trauma says, I feel greasy. I hear you, buddy. So do I. It makes you feel a little like you're like a little like a little icky. All right. Let me see here. No one says, the more of your videos I watch, the more I see how correct you are in so many things. My interest in cuckolding came from being cheated on. I'm still dealing with everything. I wish there were far more women like you out there, mistress. Steve S. says, being cheated on is my only experience with this kink. Well, when my wife confessed, I told her, maybe not in these exact words, that she does not need to be secretive and that I would love her no matter what. The thought of divorce never occurred. Possibly I unlearned what we are taught from seeing the movie version of Missioner's novel, Hawaii, or from reading some of R.A. Heinlein's fiction. From Robert Heinlein's science fiction? What? Robert Hyland, if you guys don't know, wrote Starship Troopers. Maybe he's talking about like the god of the, what is it, like the mistress of the moon or something like that. Lovely. How loved and cherished she must have felt when she heard that from you. Oh yeah. Thanks for the video. There's not so much content about cuckolding, so I think focusing different aspects of cuckolding might be a good idea for your channel, because there's so much unexplored sides of this subject in relationship, and I would like to hear your thoughts and comments about those sides. She says, you are right. It's a very rich topic. Thank you for watching. Cuckold. This is an artificially created deviation for the enslavement and destruction of white men. The Coudenhove Kalergi plan is in action. Oh, what the fuck is that? We're going to look that up. That's for sure. I have no idea what we're going to be about to get into. Okay, so this is you can go here. It's a phone sex hotline. You can mistress and nurture offers 99 cents per volley, so I assume that's like 99 cents per chat. Let me see here. Mistress nurtures top goodies. What are the goodies? Details. Geared up and ready to fight. Pumped and excited. And the knockout. Photos for you. Okay, so you can buy a bunch of her muscle photos. A bunch of pictures of her feet. Women, home alone, mature, cuckold, cuckurious, called the queen of the cucks. $2.99 per minute. Hagbert says Kalergi plan is white replacement. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that would make sense with the idea of like promoting the bull. Find women, other beatdowns with Mrs. N. $3.99 per minute. Fetish femdoms, hypno induction, come into the tantric temple. $1.99 per minute. Wow. It's a whole world out there, guys. I'm so naive. I'm such a child. If the bull isn't white, I suppose. Well, yeah, I mean, I think traditionally when they talk about bulls, they're talking about black dudes. There's actually, once we get off of this lady, I found there's some some black lady just talking into a camera about why white men prefer black bulls or something like that. I found. Thought it would be. It's kind of long, so I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing, but we'll see, I suppose. So she did. She has returned to this topic of cuckolding. Cuckolding, healing or recruiting? Questions from my inbox. Cuckolding and paternity. Consent and the cuckold dynamic. How do you get your partner on board? Oh, let's see how you can gaslight somebody into being a cuckold.
Hello.
Hello, guys. Hello. Hello. All right. Ready to work.
Hello and welcome. In today's video, we're going to talk about one of the vitally important elements in a conscious, kind, and loving cuckold dynamic. If this is your first time here, welcome. And if you've been here before, thank you. Welcome back. This channel is dedicated to the cuckolds and
So after she made that video, she made her channel about cuckolds. Wow. I guess she saw that market. She was like, you know what? Let's do this. Industrious. Hagbert says, why are these white people putting gay thoughts in my head? Tariq Nasheed. Yeah. Buck breaking. Yeehaw.
all the players in the cuck dynamic. I am Mistress Nurture. I'm your guide, your facilitator.
Prophet says, remember, kids, God didn't abandon us. We abandoned him. Which is, I mean, that's what Nietzsche would say.
I am an alternative lifestyle and relationship coach, educator, and somatic energy healing practitioner. I've dedicated my practice to helping those who are curious and those who are already engaged in the lifestyle to create the cuckolding relationship that works best for you, works best for your partners, and for all of those that you share your journey with. So, Please, 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 if you like the video, be sure to give it a thumbs up. If you like the channel, please follow, and you might even want to click the notifications bell so you can know when more content comes out. Otherwise, if you find that this content is thought-provoking and you would like to share those thoughts, please drop them in the comments. Share the video
Oh my God,
with
let's
your
get to
community.
the hot cuckold
Lifestyle and
action.
training. I'll put a link in the description so that you can contact me directly.
Oh, thank God.
All right, I think that's all of my housekeeping. So in the previous video, we talked about the first element necessary to building that successful and loving cuckold dynamic. And that first element, some of you may remember, is communication, right? And that's pretty simple because without this one element, there's no way forward. If you and your partner have trouble now staying solution focused and communicating
Tarami says, in this session of YouTube watching, we're the bulls, chat.
effectively and productively, it's relationship therapy that you need.
Hagrid says, this woman has a special cabinet dedicated to just dildos. I guarantee.
Not a new lifestyle to spice things up. Okay.
Yeah, this is Apex level shit. You cannot just be a goddamn just regular guy. You got to be Apex level, okay? You got to be the highest value. You got to be a high value male. And Travis says, and she gives them names. Hagbert says, fully.
Today, we're going over another vital element to building this fantastic, fulfilling, mutually generative dynamic, this relationship of your dreams, right? And that is the element of consent. And first and foremost, consent cannot be manufactured. And this is one of the themes that I've noticed with the question.
Why is there a book called that, lady? God.
Coming through my inbox. And I've noticed this theme for a while, and it's all around like how to get your partner to be into what you're into, right? I've heard so many different requests for hypnosis recordings to help their partner get turned on by the idea. And I get it from both sides, right? Both sides of the cuck dynamic have reached out with the question that's basically
hypnosis. How do we get my partner on board? Well, there's these hypnotic things that you can play to them while they're sleeping. That's one way to put it in their head. It's kind of like Inception, cuckception, if you will.
Just nurture. How do I get my partner on board? And there are a couple of points that I want to make here. And the first one is we do not choose our desires. We don't choose what we want. We can uncover our desires. We can indulge them. We can try to reject them. We can try to repress them, but we do not choose them. A body wants what the body wants, and we
like this is the same kind of shit that I've heard people say that fuck animals. There is an old ass episode of NIGHTCAP. It's like one of the first NIGHTCAPs called Animal Passions. There's this documentary we watched a long time ago. And that is the same kind of rhetoric. Like these are just bodies calling out to each other. Prophet says, this isn't for the faint of heart, Shaun. You have to be totally in control of your masculinity while you're slipping up Tyrone's filthy nut. Not everybody's down for the felch. You know, you got to be high value male. Apex level. Travis says, I have needs. You can't judge me for fucking dolphins. You know, you're joking. But it's actually even sicker than that because they get into this whole like spiritual aspect, how they spiritually connect. I might have to revisit that documentary at some point. I've watched it twice. There's two versions of this. Me just watching it, and I'm like so out of sorts by the end of it. It's kind of funny. But then I made my brothers and my cousin watch it with me, and it was funny. Hagbert says, does this inspire joy? I don't know. Good question.
Have to have that acceptance and that allowance for our partners to want what they want.
It's the same kind of thing people say about like pedophiles. Like it's the same kind of rhetoric. The same kind of things like, well, who are we to stand in judgment of somebody's like innate needs or wants, desires, their predilections? Who are we to stand in judgment of those things? Oh my God, can you even imagine thinking you can stand in having a moral compass? Oh God.
And
I think the reason why, because most people understand on some sort of basic innate level that usually like these kind of paradigms, these kind of relationships, they're not built to last for the vast majority of people that try them. Usually they end very poorly. Usually it's one person that's way more into it than the other person, and they kind of goad and drag the other person along into it. And at some point, that person will reject them and will reject everything they have. I don't understand this idea like you just like you can't. I don't like we live in such a time of people like acknowledging mental health problems, but we want to go to this kind of appeal to emotion constantly, where it's like, well, anything you feel is valid, anything you think is valid, anything you want to do is valid. There's no standard. There's no standard. We don't have standards. What are you talking about? I think it's complete bullshit, and it also just ignores thousands of years of human progress. The idea that we're going to just like regress to our basest, most primal nature, our basest, most primal needs, regardless of what it does to our lives or the people around us. You think about something like Jack Murphy. Like Jack Murphy's got like fucking kids and shit. He failed. He failed as a person to provide like the basic infrastructure of a healthy environment for his children, because he couldn't get over himself and what he wanted out of life, or what he thought he wanted. It's very destructive. It's very destructive. Hagbert says, bring back bullying, abolish the HR class. I tend to agree with you. Or at least bring back the idea that like stigma is not a bad thing. Stigmas protect us from so much. It stops people from doing so many fucking things. That's why they're there. That's why there's stigmas. And to kind of just constantly, this constant need from the fucking the guru class, the pseudo intellectual class, whatever you want to call them, self-appointed intelligentsia. They're just like, they want to rationalize their own weird desires and predilections. And this all starts, if you go back to like the beginning, you go back to the people that kind of started this stuff in earnest in the modern era. It's like Foucault and Derrida. And this is somebody like, Jordan Peterson brought up a lot when he first came on the scene, talking about like the nature of postmodernism and how all that stuff developed. You go back and look at especially like somebody like Foucault. I mean, this is a guy that basically wanted to fuck kids and divined an entire philosophy around the idea of rationalizing it. It's like really weird. And you have to read all of his stuff, and you have to like listen to some of the lectures he gave and see what he was into to like kind of understand that. Because at the end of the day, people like that are just trying to make the things that they want normal. It really has nothing to do with like greater good or the search for truth or whatever you want to say like philosophy is built for, what the discipline is meant to do. And it's really disconcerting when you start like learning about it, you start getting into it. And especially when you do it on your own. You're not like in a college classroom where the professors are telling you like, well, isn't this fucking interesting, man? Isn't this fucking interesting? It's like, not really. Not that interesting. Hackford says his thoughts on fisting. Travis says even Gandhi had a period where he was like, maybe fucking a lot of women is the key to life. Well, I think any dude that has access to a lot of pussy will probably have that thought. That's what all the alpha chads, right? That's what all the manosphere, Fresh and Fit, Rollo Tomasi, Jack Murphy, all of these guys. It's all about like your numbers and the value you have on the sexual marketplace, and that's all they care about. That's all they talk about. The Fresh and Fit guys are especially pernicious because they just like they have a lot of like, probably like insecure incel adjacent guys that are just like trying to figure out how to make it in through life and how to meet somebody, and they give them the worst fucking advice possible because their entire worldview is built around thoughts that they meet at fucking clubs. It's fucking astounding. And they got a giant audience. And I don't know what that says. I don't know what that says for like men writ large. Really don't, because they are packaged in this grift of being like, oh, we're like the conservative traditional guys because we want traditional good women. No, like they just want to get laid. They just want pussy. It's we did a night actually. If you go back on YouTube, I think it's called For Love and Profit, where I watched Fresh and Fit for like 4 hours, and it's not impressive. Not thoughtful, not interesting. Like if you're a secure adult man, that shit is laughable.
And we have to have the same level of allowance for our own desires. It's one hallmark of conscious relationship when both parties are dedicated and focused on the shared goal that everyone involved is fulfilled and fully expressed authentically without compromise. And conscious relationship development is actually part 1 of the I Cucking Love You Dream Dynamic by Design program, which I'm really excited to tell you about.
I don't understand this entire appeal to just like whatever you really want is good. Are you fucking out of your mind? Like, you know what I would love to do all the time? I'd like to get fucking high all the time. I'd like to smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day. I'd like to drink a fucking entire bottle of this Jim Beam every day. I would love to do that, right? Those are the things that like I just find that would be fun. That'd be fun. It would destroy me, and on a long enough timeline, right? Completely destructive behavior. But, as far as these people are concerned, oh, that's just an expression of your inner self, That's just, you're just trying to be who you want to be, who you need to be. It's like, fucking grow up. I guess that's my old man stance. Like, grow the fuck up, guys. Trami says, oh, those guys. Now I remember watching it. Yeah, they've made the rounds again lately because they false flag channels all the time that criticize them. What color is the cuckoldry chakra? Tarami wants to know. I think it's green.
But not in this video. Stay tuned for more of that. Another element of conscious relationship is really letting go of any hope or agenda that your partner is going to change. And this might sound very strange, and in fact, I expect that it'll sound weird to a lot of you because we're not taught this. But nevertheless, it is vitally important to love and accept your partner exactly as they are today and never ask them to change. Now, they might, and that could be cool, but never asking them. And this requires an element of honest awareness where you can face the question if you are actually capable, if it works for you to stay with your partner, if they would never ever change. And so this brings me to the next point, which is if your partner is not into it, they're just not into it. There's no forcing it. And in the same token, that doesn't mean...
Yeah, unless you got a gun, girl. Prophet says the cuckoldry chakra is pearl white. Trami agrees. That makes sense. That makes sense. Getting that pearl necklace.
That you should give up your desires or compromise or settle for a life that doesn't allow you to be fully expressed. So if you have the communication skills, if you're working with conscious relationship, you're holding the common goal to ensure mutual fulfillment, it is possible that you and your partner can create something within the relationship that works for everybody. And it could look any number of ways. It could mean that there's an allowance for a professional service.
Ah, there it is. There's an allowance for a professional service. maybe you could just, maybe your wife or your girlfriend or your husband or whatever, maybe they'll let you just make a call. Maybe you can just call somebody for a nominal fee, of course.
Or it could mean that you have a very active play cuckold games in bed, but that you don't actually enact it in real life. There are so many different ways that devoted couples have found that allow their partner the freedom to want what they want and to not choose what they don't want. What I'm really focused here on, the point is,
Like, who watches this and finds comfort? Like, who watches this and just like, yes, thank you, Mistress Nurture. Thank you so much for elucidating all of these interesting points of view. I really feel better about myself now. Like, who the fuck watches? If you're not already a Mistress Nurture simp, for lack of a better way to put it, do you watch this and like feel like she's actually saying anything? I mean, she's talking a lot, but she's not really saying much of anything other than the fact that, like, well, it really should be mutual. And if your partner's not into it, you're not going to be able to force them to be into it. But maybe over time, you can slowly introduce these things in the bedroom, help them build up to it, towards it. Hagbert says her voice makes me think she'll bake vegan chocolate chip cookies after she blows you. Shit, man. Actually, her actually blowing you would be quite the achievement. She'd be like, she'll talk to you on the phone while you jerk off, and then she'll go make some vegan chocolate chip cookies.
Is that when people come together to negotiate their relationships with honest communication and with that shared goal of mutual fulfillment, more is possible than you never even considered before. Okay, so finally, just no covert shit. Okay, you know what covert shit is called? It's called manipulation. And that's a hard no. It ruins the possibility of conscious relationship.
Manipulation, you say? Hagbert says, not the person, it's the voice. It's a very soothing voice. It's like ASMR stuff, right? Or she could just be like, softly speak to you. It's okay. It's okay that you're fucking weird, dude. Fucking just chill and listen to my voice. Would you like to insert another token? You want to, don't you, Dave?
Consent is crucial, and I say that at a kink level, sex, relationships, and universally. Consent is crucial. We are a part of a free will universe, which means that
Hagbert says, have a cookie, Neo. Travis says, please insert quarter. Ah, thank you.
any attempts to manipulate another person's will for your own purposes is harmful to you, to your karma, and very often to the person that you love so much that you want them to want what you want. But you'll find the more that we work together, generative relationships, and by that I mean relationships that bring us energy, are driven by a desire to create relationship that fulfills every participant. Even if that means that the relationship no longer serves, right? Even if it means ending it. Because conscious relationship allows for the fact that sometimes the most loving thing that you can do in a relationship is to allow it to end. Okay, so my darlings, remember this: consciousness, consent, communication. These are all works in progress. And you have always been doing the very best that you possibly could. So
oh my God, she is just like, she's a simp magnet. Look at what she's saying. Oh my God. Travis says all these fucking bullshit filler words are making me rage. Yeah, because it's just a lot of talking without actually saying very much of anything. And like Hagrid said, it's the voice. It's that she's trying to hypnotize you. Hypnotize you. Perfect freeze frame. I can't. Money, please. Money, please.
Cannot wait to see what's next for you in your journey. Until next time, take really good care. Bye now.
She's like, could you call me? Is it worth it? All right, let's see what the comments are. We got 40 comments here. Thank you so much for the time you take to share your advice and guidance. You are amazing. You're amazing just the way you are. Oh, yeah. John Baloney says, I've been thinking of starting a cuck relationship. I served a woman for several years, and I'm pretty sure she'd be into it. She has a boyfriend now, and I'm not sure he would like it. I've never met the guy. I naturally view him as a rival. Any suggestions? What's her suggestions? If I understand correctly, you are proposing to make her boyfriend the bull? And having never met him, keep in focus a great respect for their relationship and for her boyfriend. I would suggest thinking about how you can make his life better, what you can do for him. You are proposing an intimate relationship. Treat with care. If you would like to speak more in depth, use the link to reach me. Oh, yeah. There you go. Travis says, read the COVID 1984 one. Is there a COVID? Oh, there it is. Okay. Hey, mistress, how does a cash slave relationship work? I'm interested in becoming one for you. My understanding is the beta gives you money, and in return, he gets satisfaction in doing so. The beta is happy to please you with cash, since he can't really please a woman sexually. Is this correct? Now, it's called a pay pig, buddy. Hagrid says, does she take show world tokens? I still have some in a coffee can somewhere in my workshop. Okay. You have summarized it beautifully. Also understand that a cash slave, though not sexually pleasing, he gives her pleasure that only a cash slave can give his mistress. The dynamic. Oh, like so you gave a little bit of a longer response to this. The dynamic can involve many different aspects, and just like any dom's sub dynamic, no two will be exactly the same. It should be negotiated, and boundaries should be established, and consent and communication are key to a happy cash sub-slave and happy mistress dynamic. COVID 1984 says, thanks for replying. Speaking as a beta, I fully accept what I am and what I have to provide to you in order to bring value into your life. An alpha's role is to provide a woman's sexual satisfaction. He doesn't need to pay her a dime because he provides value in her life by pleasing her sexually. How can she look at somebody like this and be like, that's just healthy? That's just what you want to like out of life. This is just your honesty. This is just your honest movement, your honest needs and desires. How could you read this and think that? Trami says, how fucking lonely are these people? Yeah, I know. Beta shouldn't be like you're talking to somebody and you're just like, oh yeah, like I fully embraced the fact that I'm a fucking worthless beta. How can I just give you money? How can I just give you money? I mean, you gotta be, if this is not a troll, you gotta be pretty close to suicide if this is where you're coming from. At least I would have to imagine. Beta shouldn't be upset about that. They should be happy for both the alpha and the woman. Happy that both parties are receiving extreme satisfaction, while at the same time also happy that they as a beta male can provide her pleasure too in the form of cash. To me as a beta, I fully embrace the fact that the alpha is the one who is going to have sex with the beautiful woman like you. Instead of being angry about it, I choose to celebrate it and be thankful that I can still contribute to your life in another way. That's how I feel about it. What do you think about what I said? Do you think I'm ready to be a cash slave? Holy Christ. Jesus Christ. She just says, you are in a good place to serve. COVID says in return, thank you. Just out of curiosity, do the alphas ever pay for anything in the relationship? Or is their role / value primarily based on providing sexual satisfaction? I actually hope it's the latter. It would make me feel more useful as a cash slave. And then she just cuts him off. She said, that's all you get, buddy. That's all you get. Prophet says, all I can hear is Jesse Lee screaming inside my head. Beta. Beta. He's a beta. He's a beta. Forgive your mother. Have you forgiven your mother? Thank you, mistress. I now have my own room, wife. My own room. Wife has hers to enjoy her man friends. I do so enjoy looking after them now. Oh my God. Dude. That's so sweet. This guy comes in with the truth, the knowledge bomb. You will regret this. That's fucking great. You will regret this, sir. You will regret this. Bro, why did YouTube recommend this? I'm not a cuck. Edit. I just finished the video and it's really good. Laugh out loud. Sorry about being mean. Forgiven. Well, she is nothing if not magnanimous. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. It's just kind of like reading some of those comments is just kind of sad. You know, just kind of a little depressing. Well, there you go, guys. If you wanna find out, go see what Mistress Nurture has to offer. You know. Okay, well let's do this one first, and then we're gonna go into the why white men prefer black bulls. But this one is how to find a bull for a cuckold. How to find them. How to find your perfect bull. Your perfect tattooed, hung Nubian bull. Inshallah.
Where do you find a bull for your cuckolding relationship?
They all have this energy too. She looks like she's somebody's roommate. This is a roommate setup.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jana, and today I want
Oh,
to
she's a doctor. Dr. Zana is here to help you. Young bull. Young cock.
answer actually a question that was sent to me by someone who's been following my work and my casual sex project for a while. And the question has to do with how do we find a third of a specific kind for our long-term relationship? So a bull for a cuckold type relationship. The reader says,
I wonder what she's gonna say. Like, how do we find one? We're gonna find out. Tarami says, is she a doctor like Dr. Pepper is a doctor? Oh, she got the pepper. She got that pepper.
my husband and I have been married for 15 years now, and we're at a point in our marriage where we want to have some fun. Specifically, my husband is sexually turned on by the thought of sharing me with another man, and I'm really wanting to experience better sex with a man who has a much bigger cock than my
Listen, I'm going on 10 years. This has never occurred to me. I've never thought this once.
husband. My husband wants this for me too, but we really don't know how to start. I joined a swingers website, but men immediately just sent me dick pics, which kind of turned me off. I want to find a man who I can actually.
Yeah, I'm like, listen, I just want to like fuck a bull, but you know, I just want to fuck a bull. They were sending me dick pics, and that was really gross. That was a really gross thing. I was looking to start a cuckold with my husband with a nice, well hung bull, but I want it to mean something. It's got to be deeper. Trauma says a lot can change in 5 years, Shaun. Just saying. Hear what I'm saying? Christ, I hope not. If I'm at if that happens to me, I will disappear.
carry a conversation with, but is only interested in the hot sex with me. My husband wants to be completely faithful to me, which is what I want too, but wants to establish a cuckold relationship, which I also think is hot. Any advice would be great. All right. Well, first of all,
you should start going to bars, maybe clubs, where they play Jay-Z. Hagbert says, I wanted my wife to dress up as a clown. She negotiated down to her red nose. Now that's the kind of spice that I can endorse.
Congratulations. Congratulations on acknowledging that for both of you that you have this particular fantasy and for sharing it with your partner. This is not an easy thing to do. On one hand, it's actually a quite common fantasy for people to have the desire to be with somebody else, sexually speaking, after a long period of monogamy, and also for men in particular to have this fantasy to see their wife or girlfriend with another man. And this is not an easy fantasy to acknowledge and to yourself, because we live in a world that is very anti non-monogamy.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Travis says, "I want him to be faithful, but I don't want to be." Prophet says, "Only a woman could eat your asshole, slurp down your chunky nut, come from getting choked, but also get turned off by a dick pic. Repeal the 19th."
Cheating and infidelity, all of those things are usually considered really bad. And so to be able to overcome that and be like, no, I really want this. And also for men, there's another obstacle of masculinity, right? The fidelity of their partner, of their female partner, is very closely wrapped up with their sense of masculinity. And part of what they're supposed to do as a real man is to make sure that their wife, their girlfriend, right, does not have sex with anybody else.
Doesn't get dicked down by anybody. Only this dick. That's the only dick you need, bitch. You're fucking looking for other dicks. Not on my watch. Not on my watch. Do you think women also have this kind of anxiety or fear? That their wives would step out on them? Do you think that's also maybe a thing for some people? Or do you think it's just all the patriarchy? It's just all men trying to be possessive. Give me a fucking break.
And if it does, then it reflects really poorly on them as a man in particular. It takes away from their masculinity. So it's a really big step, even though it's a super
Hybrid says this woman is on a regimen of psychotropics. I guarantee.
common fantasy.
That's the Hagbird guarantee, and that's some fucking serious business. When Hagbird throws down the guarantee, it's probably true.
Step to fully acknowledge it and then share it with your partner, because that's a whole nother can of worms that can open up if you share that with your partner, and then your partner's like, oh my god, that means you don't love me anymore, you don't want to be with me anymore. So that even just sharing that fantasy can create all sorts of relationship conflict that you don't necessarily want to deal with. So I'm really glad that you both were able to share these fantasies with each other and kind of move towards making them come true. It's perfectly normal and unsurprising that after a long period of monogamy, you might want something different, something new, right? That desire, sexual desire, that raw kind of passion very often thrives on novelty. And after you've had something for a very long time, you kind of want something different. And very often you want something different, not just a different body, although that's important, but someone who has somewhat different characteristics, right? Maybe has, as in this case, a bigger cock, or has different kinds of sexual skills. We tend to get into a routine with our partners, and being with someone else can really take you out of that routine.
Oh my god. Like, yeah, everybody gets into routines, long-term relationships, etc. It's incumbent upon you guys to, have open communication, be able to talk about shit, be able to do whatever weird shit. I don't know. I'm just very lucky in this department, I guess. I just don't have a lot of these hang-ups, and I don't always have hang-ups like this with my wife either. Like, it's all pretty good. 10 years in, pretty good. Tarami says, I take out insurance only on things Hagbird. Like you said, Hagrid. You fucked me up, Tarami. Hagbird can't leave guarantees for. Always bet on black, Hagbird says. What's the accent? Argentine? She kind of seems a little bit like Argentinian. Travis says different characteristics, like a bigger cock. Whoa, this is so deep. Well, that's where it's so surface level about like how you like what is sex to these people. It's just like this, just superficial, surface level affirmation. Really doesn't have anything to do with anything deeper. And I'm not suggesting that you can't just like, when you're married, you can't just like fuck. Of course you can. Sometimes it is like that. And that's okay. And you should be able to do that with your partner and have an open enough relationship to be able to get there, to be able to do those things. I always, lots of people I know that like, that's just like you gotta just talk to your fucking lady. You gotta talk to your lady. Ladies, you gotta talk to your dudes. It's usually not that big of a deal. Argentinian, break out the menorah. Big Paul says these people asking how to find a bull haven't fully committed yet. They must let their desire into the other, and then it will come. Yo, it will come, my friend. Trami says you want to fuck other hotter dudes, and this is how you get your spouse to agree to it, or he's an insecure bitch. Well, that would be the pivot, right? Be like, what? What? You got something wrong? Something wrong? What? You don't feel secure in our relationship? Of course, you sexually satisfy me. We're just trying other things.
Routine, so it can be really sexually satisfying, and that's perfectly acceptable and normal. And I'm glad that you're both on the same page as to that being part of the fantasy. And then the last thing
Big Paul says every night I get cosmic energy to duck someone's wife. Assume he means fuck. He's on his phone. Energy to fuck someone's wife every night. Ain't no beta.
I want to address before going into like where do you find these people is that it's perfectly okay to have different rules about openness for the different partners, right? Very often people think that in these non-monogamous relationships.
And then he says that I cry myself to sleep after beating off to vintage Stallone. Hey, the Italian stallion ain't no joke. Tarami says to Big Paul, I read that as every night I let my cosmic energy into a duck. Well, you got to come on something, Tarami. Can't be just coming into a sock all the time. Sometimes, you find a duck.
You have to have equal rules. If I can have sex with other people, then you have to have sex with other people as well, and that we have to do it at the same time, or in the same way, or at the same in the same amount. And that's not necessarily true. Like, that is really not necessarily true. That works for some people and some couples, and it does not necessarily work for other people. So in this case, you're super well matched, at least at this point in your relationship, where he wants you to be with other people, you want to be with other people, but neither of you wants him to be with other people. So if that's where you both feel comfortable, stick to that and enjoy.
So you got to like possess the bull. Like you don't want like that's a level of controlling that's kind of weird. That's like very possessive. To the third party, be possessive to the third party? To the bull? Come on now. Big Paul says ducks chuck to Tarami. Hagbert says rhinestone's a personal favorite. Well, hey. So they're dancing, getting sweaty. Big Paul says, why do you think they fly south? Find an emoji. I think I'm gonna say that's a bull. Find a bull.
It can absolutely be a fulfilling and enjoyable relationship. And for those of you who are seeing this and they're like, what the hell? This is crazy. It's really not crazy. It's a common scenario. It's a common fantasy. And it's becoming, I think, more and more common that people are considering these kinds of scenarios and talking to their partners about these scenarios and potentially exploring some of these things. Now that you've made that decision, where do you go from here? Well, there are a number of different pathways that you can take. So there are
You can go to a bar. You can go look up on Craigslist.
There are online, as you've already tried. So some of the swingers websites will be the place to go. There are apps like Field, for example, that is specifically dedicated to people finding group
Prophet says, murder is also common, you dumb flashlight.
scenarios like threesomes and foursomes. And there'll be all sorts of genders and relationship configurations on there for people looking for the other, third or fourth or however many to add to their scenario. So you might try that. You might try places like
I like all the bullshit clinical speak. Oh, the third or the fourth or the fifth that you add to your scenario. Very nice. Tarami says, oh, online. Now I know exactly where to look. Thanks. you know the places to go. Mistress Nurture could probably, give you a few pointers for, maybe give her 50 or 60 bucks during a phone call. She'll point you in the right direction.
FetLife, for example, and look up cuckolding and then see who might be in your area for the people who share your particular kink or interest.
How could this be helpful to anybody? Do you think, like, if you were into cuckolding or you were interested in life, do you think like maybe you would have looked this up online yourself already? Do you need a woman on a YouTube video to be like, yo, just, I don't know, look it up online? I don't know. Just put it in Google. Big Paul says, seriously, though, the lengths people go to rationalize this as some mental, spiritual, sexual enlightenment is insane. No, it really is. Because they're just like, oh, no, this is just a bigger part of humanity and the larger consciousness of what's going on on the planet. It's fucking crazy. Trami says, word, my friend, to Big Paul. Big Paul says, all I can think about is Will Macy's character from Boogie Nights. Well, yeah, and look how that turned out. You know what I'm saying? You know, old Bill Macy in Boogie Nights, he blows his fucking brains out. Great fucking scene, though. Great scene.
Interest. And very often when you deal with people online, you're just going to have to accept the fact that there are going to be a lot of people that you just say no, 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 no to.
You're going to be swiping left a lot, fellas and ladies. Be prepared.
And part of that is because you get unsolicited dick pics. And now the dick pic can be a useful piece of information, especially as in your case, if your goal is to find someone who has a bigger dick, then you might want to see that. But
see, she's calling her out. She's like, don't be hypocritical. They're sending you dick pics as a service. As a service to you. I assume you know how big your husband's dick is. Now check out these other dicks. Check out these bulls.
But you want to see that when you ask for it, not right away, and you want to be able to establish some form of communication and make sure that that person can hold a conversation. And that sometimes takes time. So you kind of have to resort to sifting through a lot more profiles than you'll say yes to. And that's pretty typical, I think, of online dating or online sex searches of any kind. And then the more specific your interest is, the more you might have to put in.
Like, who is this helpful to? You're just like saying these very obvious things. Like, oh, you're going to go online, you're going to go on dating sites and stuff, and you're going to like some people, and you're not going to like some people. And that's just kind of the way it is. Oh, my God. Give me money, please. Money, please.
Put in some work. Another way to do that would be to look for real life events, like in offline events. So depending on where you live, there might be swingers clubs or sex parties that you can go to. Especially you want to look for the events that allow single men there. Not all swinger clubs and parties do. In fact, many of them will not allow single men, because if they do, there'll be so many single men, not enough couples or single women to kind of offset that ratio.
Tarami says, fucking hell, she can't stop talking about her fantasy of being rammed by something the size of a fire extinguisher. Big dick. Hagbert says, maybe you want an ass in your cock in the driveway. That's a very specific need. You're going to have to swipe it. You're going to have to look around. You're going to have to look around. You're going to shop around for that. Not everybody's willing to do that. Not everybody's that fucking cool.
But there are many clubs and parties that will allow either a select few single men, or there might have special evenings, special nights when single men are allowed and not other nights. So you might look into that. There are also all sorts of swingers conferences and cruises and conventions and hotel takeovers and a lot of those.
Hotel takeovers. I think Big Paul is gone, but Big Paul was with me at this hotel takeover swingers party.
Kinds of scenarios, and you might look into some of those again, as long as they allow single men in their midst. Then it might be a good place to go. And some of these environments, like especially the kink environment, and there might be other kinds of kinky groups or polyamorous and other consensually non-monogamous communities where things are not necessarily directly sexual, but you can meet some people who would be into that. And you want somebody who understands the concept of cuckolding and what their role is going to be, and you want to make that clear and obvious.
It seems so complicated. It seems like counter to this idea of like the primal need. this beautiful primacy, this beautiful innate desire. This is who you are, and I need to express myself. Seems like a lot of paperwork, a lot of bureaucracy going on here. You know, not my cup of tea.
What that role is going to be, but not everybody is into that. Like, you'll find a lot of guys who might be willing to just have sex with you, but they might be weirded out by, say, your husband being in the room or something like that. So it's
Oh, they might be weirded out, in the cuckold scenario. They don't like to be watched. Some people don't like to be watched. They want you in the other room just listening, because that's what makes them comfortable. Goodness. Trauma says, yeah, I can't imagine this is more complicated than spending a few nights in a bar asking guys, would you fuck me in front of my husband? You'd probably catch a lot. Like, if you were like a moderately or a passively attractive woman and you propositioned enough dudes just at a bar, that would probably happen. That would probably happen pretty easily.
a bit of a process, but it can be a very satisfying process once you
But
find
you got these weirdos who like over intellectualize everything, and they're just like, oh, well, it needs to mean something. It's got to be like spiritual for them. Oh, don't send me dick pics. That's that's just insulting to me.
bull or a few of them, it might be a super fun scenario to engage in. So good luck with it. I hope this was somewhat helpful. I would say make sure that you communicate with your partner. You communicate as much as you need to. You take it as slow as you need to take it. And sometimes one person might need to put on the brakes a little more than the other person. So go with the speed of the slower person. And also, don't get discouraged if the initial experiences are not as perfect as you imagine them to be. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time for you to get into your own skin, to really figure out what it is that you want, to find the right person to do that with. And very often the fantasy is hotter than what's going to happen in real life, but it's worth kind of putting in some time and energy and effort into finding the right people and the right circumstances that are going to work out for you. All right, well, I hope this was helpful. If it was, please like and share.
Like and share, subscribe, please. Do something for me. I'm Dr. Zaina. Dr. Zaina. So she's got 5.93K subs. Let's see what the comments are. We've been looking at the comments for the other videos. Might as well look at this one too. Hey, Dr. Zaina, thank you so much for making this video. My wife and I have explored this lifestyle, a lot of bedroom talk, and one partner later. It's really expanded our relationship. Though lately, life has been busy, so for us to find another partner for her. Overall, though, amazing video. Please make more subscribing. Caribbean Black Bull. Oh my goodness, Caribbean Black Bull. Do you have a page? Good tips for beginners, and I love how forward you are about it. Some might discriminate this, but yet they are in other different types of relationships. Keep up the good work. What are the replies? Oh, somebody deleted their comment here. Hacker says, got to push through that degeneracy wall. And then Trami says her timer reminded her she had now passed the 10-minute mark and could monetize it. Yeah, a little bit. There's a little bit of that going on, especially with a lot of this stuff. So this guy answers Louis Lombardo Jr. Based on your logic, it tells me that you should stay out of married people's relationships. They made their vow to each other and to God and not to you. So keep silent. The fact that you're searching and looking at the video already tells me a lot about you. You're no better. So with no disrespect, please zip the hole in your face. I'm assuming it was somebody that was negative about this stuff. Lamar Smith here says, I'm fascinated by cuckolding. I've been married once for 18 years, divorce almost finalized. I made less than ideal selection for a wife, and that she utterly refused to consider it, though she knew I was extremely interested. My fault. So I listened to segments such as this one to understand they're really, aside from what porn tries to portray, is not one right way to engage in this. In porn, it seems that the material offered goes out of its way to play up the humiliation of the husband aspect, seeming to suggest that if anyone engages in this, that aspect must be present. I personally do not need that. I'm not even sure, as badly as I'd like to do this with a committed spouse, significant other in a functional relationship, if the humiliation was a must. Not sure I'd go along. I like the idea of seeing the woman I care about to be dominated and pleasured, absent her or I being humiliated, unless she wanted to. Does a friendlier form of cuckolding exist out there? Can it be had? Seems like it could, but I defer to those more knowledgeable. What about the husband being present for it aspect? Question mark. I can imagine any wife doing this, possibly having feelings of, look, I'll do this, but this is more of private for me. This has to be my thing, and I'll tell you about it after at some point. By the way, as the presenter made clear, the rules don't have to be the same. I'm really not interested in stepping out myself. Is it advisable to never have the husband be there to watch? Always, what the fuck, dude? Like, what the fuck? It's just shit's just so weird. No, if you aren't deluded fuck who loves being humiliated and belittled, then cuckolding is absolute the last thing for you. What kind of question is this? What kind of question is this? Pro-generacy. It's positive, exactly. We got to be positive about the cuck. These cucks, dude. All right. Caribbean Black Bull has no videos. So, okay, so here's one. The real reason white men want to be cucked by black bulls. I might have to do a volume booster for this. It's just a lady with a cell phone in her house.
Rise and shine.
Yeah, it's a little low.
Ye mighty people. So I'm back once again with another video topic.
Okay, there we go. We're ready to go now. She's back with another video topic, friends. Jesus Christ. Travis says the Tanner Nation spitting facts. All right, let's go.
And let's just get into it. But before we get into it, wait a minute, because I know y'all be like, why can't you just get straight to the point? Listen, my videos.
She's like, I need you to come over to my Patreon. I need you to come over to my Substack. I need you to like and subscribe before I can even talk on the Black Bull.
Are informal. I spend a lot of time doing formal presentations to the point where I'm just like, you know what? Let's just get back, just chill, just relax.
See, my husband's a hotep. I speak a lot at our church.
You don't always have to be straight to the point all the freaking time or formal all the time. Like, sometimes I just like to be chilling, you know what I'm saying? I just got me some mango from Guatemala. I'm going to eat here.
A mango from Guatemala. So she shops at Publix. Tarami says, oh God, it's 40 minutes. Yeah, I don't think we're going to listen to the whole thing. We will skip around though.
While you guys come into the room.
Although I often say that and then we just watch the whole thing.
We're going to have a conversation. We're going to go ahead and just get into it and talk. I feel like this video is going to get pretty steamy. It's going to get pretty steamy. Yes. But most of my videos are pretty steamy though, right? They're made for mature audiences. So if you guys are under 18, sorry, this video is not for you.
Now watch me fuck this mango.
I am in a different spot in my place too. Sitting in front of the wonderful Osiris and Isis. Channeling.
Imagine if she was Irish. It would just be shamrocks everywhere. It would just be shamrocks and potatoes and leprechauns. And maybe a snake somewhere, St. Patrick.
These beautiful Egyptian gods. It's going to get, oh yes, it's going to get freaking hot up in here. I already got my
All right, I understand. You have your melon.
channel and asked me unfiltered,
Yeah. Come on.
but you guys know I am a writer.
It's just 40 minutes of her peeling this fucking melon.
Maker, so I would like to find a team of people, to bring on a team of people.
You know, Tarami brings up a good point, and she's not Egyptian, pretty definitively. That's appropriation, lady. I know. Thank you for the call out. You know, we don't want, we don't hate, but, we also don't want people disrespecting other cultures.
Editor is very important to that team.
Jesus Christ.
So, yes, it's good.
What the fuck?
So I'm going to give y'all a little tip.
Please do.
The fruit sold by vendors on the street is actually way better than in a grocery store. On any day of the week.
Like, what the
It's
fuck?
like they go to the farm.
Yeah, I
or
know.
whatever and pick it themselves. We're going to the grocery store, to the market, and looking at the fruit there. I'm like, this don't even look healthy.
This is so crazy. This is fucking wild. I don't know, maybe. I don't know.
Yes. All right, I'm going to not be too rude. And go ahead and get into this video.
Yeah, let's go. Come on. She's still just loving it. I just skipped a minute ahead. She's still just sucking on the fucking melon. Jesus Christ. Travis says, after this, I'll definitely take your advice seriously. Prophet says, oh shit, this is ASMR too. Can we get the calorie count on screen? Travis says, I can't tell if she's all business. Well, she's all melon business, I can tell you that.
I'm from Florida too, so my dad used to get mangoes all the time.
Holy shit.
It's one of my favorite fruits.
I skipped a minute ahead beyond when she said, we're gonna get into this video. She's just eating a fucking melon, dude.
I was just
like, is this a mukbang? Is this a mukbang video? Hagbert said, this is like Petey Green and the watermelon. Oh.
able to walk straight on in there and sit down and get my feet done. My feet, yo, motherfuckers, dogs was barking.
Yeah, I can tell why.
Cause I hadn't got my feet done since I was in LA. Since I moved here from LA.
Oh, thank you for the ponderous thoughts. Holy shit.
Did good last night.
I can tell why this is 40 minutes long.
And I did. I slept so good. It brought my mom and dad back together in my dream. I was with my mom.
That's some dark shit right there. I slept so good. My parents reconnected.
And she called my dad. And he was like, hey, what he said? He was like, hey, darling. It was so funny.
Prophet says, imagine being the co-real lady that has to do this lady's feet. Oh, because you know she's like very picky and very particular. She's like Bernie Mac and Bad Santa. Oh, no, not that. That's not the stuff. Get me something with some gloss to it. Give me that hard candy.
He says that to me too. He's like, hey, darling.
What the fuck?
And I'm like, Mom, you better go. Better get.
She's having the time of her life.
My mom like me, or I'm like my mom.
Oh.
I got all stuck up. Option.
Oh my God.
It only comes with an option if you go to a hood massage place. I went to a professional. When you go to a professional place, no happy ending. All right. Speaking of ending, let me go ahead and wrap this thing up here.
She has spent almost 12 minutes just eating this melon. From Guatemala, apparently. From the street vendor that told her that it was from Guatemala.
Now I have mango all between my teeth. Oh well. Oh well. Oh, something got on my.
Oh my God. Hagbert says, between the eating and the Egyptian motif behind her, I feel I can probably discount everything she has to say. Whoa there. Whoa there, buddy. Come on. Let's talk real talk, girl. You're on the reel right now. Let's go.
Cucko, talk about Cucko. I'm just like, that is like the most requested video topic that I get. When we talk about Cucko, like, aren't y'all Cucko?
I mean, it's a pretty alpha move. It's a pretty, like Hagbert says, queen move to make everybody watch her eat a melon for 13 minutes before she even gets into the topic.
No doubt. This video topic did not come at the request from anyone. It's just something that I wanted to talk to you guys about after some reflection on this topic, because yeah, it's starting to make sense. It's starting to come together. And I know I did a video, like I think my very first video actually broke down the psychology of the cuckold lifestyle and why white men are attracted to this lifestyle, to this activity, to this dynamic. And I talked about like early childhood experiences and just early
This
life.
is a follow-up video. I wonder how long she ate a melon for that video.
Life experiences, things that they may have encountered with women who have, subjugated them, made them feel like inferior, who have cheated on them. These women who may have loved them dearly, right? They were intensely involved in a relationship with. And that's the thing about our psychology. Like, it can get pretty tricky when feelings get involved, right? And you feel like a person loves you. And this person does something to you adversely, right? That you experience an adverse experience with this person, whether it's cheating, whether it's abuse, it doesn't matter. Sometimes it's hard to kind of differentiate between the good things that person did for you and the way that it made you feel, and the bad things that they did towards you and the way it made you feel. And it becomes like this one big conglomerate experience, consolidated experience, and how you relate to that person, right? And how that person made you feel. And so they seek later on in life, after that bad experience, they seek relationships that kind of help them meet that void. It gets pretty deep, you guys. I've done therapy with clients who have suffered abuse in relationships, right? Domestic violence. The life has been threatened. And yet they still are seeking a relationship that is a reflection that mimics that kind of relationship where they suffered abuse. It's like as if a person isn't intensely involved with them, right? And I mean intense, I mean like stalking them, controlling every aspect of their move. It's like they're not turned on. They don't feel love. And that's sad, because that experience, right? That intense experience of that relationship that was abusive, that was so toxic, it kind of set the template to a point where it's difficult for anyone to match that experience, right? It's difficult.
Yeah, it's like because you've been hardwired to recognize abuse, or rewired rather, to recognize abuse as a positive thing in your life. Well, Travis says it was a papaya, actually. Prophet says, dollars to donuts. This is going to be more rambling and incoherent than anything. I mean, she be educated.
When you, it's like your threshold of excitement, right, has reached such a high level where any other relationship, any other figure that tries to come into your life to show any kind of form of love, right? It's going to be difficult for that person to measure up when your threshold for excitement in a relationship, and excitement can be good or bad, right? But unfortunately in their relationships, their past relationships, it was bad. I mean, the toxicity, the dramatism, like,
Yeah, these are bad things. These are things that like people need to be helped with. They need help moving past it. Because if like your only thing in life that like you found any type of like joy or anything from was like actually from a negative place, well, you kind of have to be rewired. So I don't know where this lady's coming from yet, I suppose, but like it's not a healthy paradigm. It's not a healthy like dynamic to have.
it was so much happening in that previous relationship where, yeah, it was fun. People wonder, why do people stay in bad relationships? Because the shit is fucking exciting. Like, who wants to wake up every day and do the same mundane things, boring ass shit every single day? People like excitement.
Who likes stability, predictability? I don't know. There is something to that. You know, there is something to stability and predictability that I think actually people do actually like. When you're not constantly being fucked over, you're not constantly being gaslit into a lifestyle that you don't connect with or like. You don't actually like, right? Like, because we're talking about like, and so much is of what we watch and what we like have viewed from people is like this is like grooming. People get groomed into this. So she's like kind of speaking to the person that was groomed, not the person that was like, not the Jack Murphy, not the one that was trying to convince somebody to do something. Prophet says, who wants to wake up and do the same boring ass shit every day? Normal people, people not attempting to relive our trauma. Exactly. Exactly.
Even if it causes them harm, emotionally, physically. And so a person can be dating like a person who, you know, was a stalker, controlling, physically abusive, verbally abusive. And it sets this template, this internal working model in their mind for what love looks like, because it made them feel a certain way. Even though they may have felt bad, there are many times where they felt good. They were stimulated.
Yeah, and in a very negative way. In a negative way. That's all they had. If you have a deficit of like actual nurturing and affection, you may start to think in a kind of a Stockholm syndrome way that these are good things. That this is what you have. This is your lot in life. This is the only way to feel something. Travis says, like my mother says, when I tell her nothing much has happened since the last time we talked, well, that's good. I know, right?
They were stimulated by this interaction. Volatile. And it created memories that they took with them along the way. Eventually, they left the relationship because, you know, it got to the point where it It was too threatening, right? Too life-threatening, too damaging to their survival. So they had to leave. But it was a difficult choice. It's not easy, right? It's not easy pulling away from a toxic relationship.
Oh my God.
Because it shapes your identity. It shapes every aspect of your being. They pulled away, and then they haven't been able to find anyone that made them feel the way that abuser made them feel. And they're just seeking it, right? So I talked about that as an example for how and why white men are attracted to the lifestyle of cuckold, right? That to the point where they want to feel appreciated, they want to feel important, but at the same time, through that level of importance, right? Like through being mistreated, I think people do feel a sense of importance. Even though you're mistreated, it sounds kind of backwards, but even though you're being dogged out, even though a person is cheating on you, you still get some satisfaction from it. You still get attention, because when a person cheats or does you wrong in a relationship, what comes after that? The love bombing, the apologizing. You get so much attention.
So she's just talking about being gaslit and the negative attention that comes from somebody doing you wrong, and how that is something that forms the way that you think relationships operate, or that feelings operate, or that desire is operating. Yeah, she's being more real than I think the other people that we've listened to be honest. Like, she's actually giving a much more like kind of thoughtful, considerate, like, like people go through trauma and they get wired to think that this is the pathway to emotion, to feeling, to gratification. Prophet says, I thought I was going to hear more about a big, fat, hulking, veiny black cocks here. Getting more of a Simmons College lecture vibe. Trauma says, yeah, I want to hear about the black bulls, lady. You know what we're here for, lady. Come on now.
After you've been cheated on. So that level of conditioning, I mean, it's sick. It's unfortunate. But that level of conditioning is what solidifies that relationship even more. It's what makes you stay. It's what makes you fall deeper in love. Because it's so intense. Your emotions are up here. It's intense. Not only your emotions are up there, but the other person's emotions are up there. And it's like we tend to gravitate towards people who express the same degree of emotional reactivity in situations. We are attracted to that because it's like a mirror reflection of us. People talk about being overly dramatic, highly reactive to situations, but then you attract people like that. And if anything, you're turned off by someone who isn't that same way. You're like, what's wrong with you? Why are you so calm? Why are you not saying nothing? You're looking for a reaction.
I mean, she's recognizing something that's very real. Like, damaged, manic people tend to gravitate towards other manic, damaged people.
Situations. You lose interest in a person. You're just like, not my type. You're not the same. Until that one person does come in your life who reminds you of that previous partner.
Now, I think she's kind of suggesting that this is a bad thing. That this is like toxic. That this is a bad way to go about like having further relationships, like being like maybe in a long-term relationship with a lot of bad elements and cheating and etc. Like, that's a bad thing, but it's what you know. So it's comforting. and it's what you seek out in others. You seek out that abuse, maybe. Prophet says, your emotions are up here? Okay, you're down here, sucking a 12-inch shit stick in front of your wife. Trauma says, drama seeks drama. She doesn't seem to spin it like a good thing. No, I don't think she's necessarily. I think she's just kind of describing maybe the reality of a cuckold and why a cuckold would feel the way that they do. Which is surprising. I thought this was going to be much more derogatory. Like on its face. I thought it would be much more derogatory.
So I talked about that in my very first
Although we haven't got there yet. There may be a turn.
Video on cuckold in so many words. As maybe a motivating reason why white men are attracted to the lifestyle based on their prior experiences, right? It's like, what could make a man want to subject himself to that kind of world where his wife is going out and sleeping with other men? What would make, or women, but more so men, right? What can make a man say, okay, I'll still love you despite you sleeping with other men, despite other men coming in between your legs, pleasuring you?
Trauma says, holy pauses, Batman. Hey, man, got to make it transformative.
And then even beyond that, you have white men take pleasure in taking the semen, the ejaculation from that encounter of their wife sleeping with a black bull that's brought into their relationship. They take pleasure
Oh, here we go.
in the happy ending and taking it all in. It's like, that's the pinnacle of the experiences. That's the moment they are waiting for. And after I had some reflection on this, I thought about this, right? And it began to make sense. It's like, okay, I'm getting so many requests. White men want me to talk about it. I've talked about it already numerous times. I have a whole playlist on YouTube entitled Cuckold. Video after video. At some point, it should get played out. I mean, what more else is there to talk about? And then one of my most recent videos, I was reading off an email that I received from a guy who talked about his situation, and he was just lying. Like his whole story, I felt like it was just bullshit. Parts of it was true, parts of it was just bullshit. It's like, oh, I get pleasure from seeing my wife pleased by another man. I get pleasure. It makes me happy to see her happy. And then he said, a baby came, right? It wasn't his baby. It was his wife and the bull's baby. And then she got upset and she was ashamed. Her family was judging her. She felt bad, all these negative emotions that she was feeling. Oh, it made me feel so bad. Oh.
I mean, like, what kind of a cuck? Like, there's one thing is being a cuck and inviting a bull. Another thing is to like have your wife have the child. I feel like that's like another level. That's like another level of cuckoldry that we have not yet experienced in these videos. Like, that's something else. That's a deeper, much more disturbing pathology. Travis says, taking all 12 inches in.
You felt bad. You felt guilty, right? Because it wasn't so much about her. It made me wonder, like, was she really getting gratification? Possibly sexual gratification. But is it really about her? Because these men claim, right? Oh, I'm doing it for my wife.
No, they're not doing it for their wife. They're also doing it for themselves, as he said in his email. Like, he's not doing, like, people that are into this kind of stuff are not necessarily like doing it because of the other person. It's because of what the other person is experiencing and how that makes them feel. It really has very little to do with like actually the mechanics of what's going on. Like the literal mechanics, the practical, pragmatic, objective view of it. It's like, no, that's not really what they're experiencing or even going after. They're going after what makes them feel good, however disturbing that may be.
It's all about her satisfaction. It's all about her satisfaction. And they're saying that they get like secondary pleasure, vicarious pleasure from seeing their wife get fucked by a black bull. And then I'm like, ha, yeah, fucking right. Yeah, fucking right. It's like a person living vicariously through another person. People do it all the time. Parents live vicariously through their children because they ass couldn't go out and live a magnificent life. So they do it through their children. Same thing. These white men are living vicariously through their wives.
Ah, the gay element. The gay element. These men actually want to be fucked by the bull. It's definitely possible. It's actually not even that crazy. This suggestion is not even that crazy.
They really want to fuck the black bull. That's the reason why they become cuckolds.
They want to get into buck breaking. Tariq Nasheed weeps. Travis says, I like this lady aside from the insane meandering. Well, she's just being real, I guess.
Be honest. I think there's nothing more attractive than a person just living their truth. Walking in it. Speak your truth.
Oh, really?
Why be ashamed? If you're a white man and you really have a fantasy of wanting to be fucked by a black man, just say it. But you hide. You hide behind the veil. Oh, I want to see my wife satisfied. Now, if I'm wrong, say I'm wrong. Comment below, men.
Like, subscribe.
But they want, it's like the back door. It's like the back door to homosexuality, interracial homosexuality. It's the back door. Instead of coming right out, going through the front door and be like, this is who I am. I'm a homosexual white male or bisexual white male who fantasizes about being fucked by a black man. They hide. So many people hide. Let's not front and act like people do not hide behind the veil.
Trauma says, backdoor. You had a pun there, lady, and you didn't take it. God damn it. Oh, I think she took it. I think she just let it lie. I think she knows exactly what she was talking about.
Of pretending to be heterosexual. They do, because what our society, religion says, oh, it's a sin. It's wrong. Sodom and Gomorrah is wrong to do that. So they go out and they marry women, and then later on in life, when they start feeling themselves, right, they feel a little bit confident, stepping away from the imposition of the belief system of society and parental upbringing and their church, what other major social influences that played a role in shaping their perspective on sexuality. When they mature from that, they get older, they start to feel themselves a little bit, feeling a little bit confident, feeling secure enough to kind of take one step out there and explore. But yet still 1 foot in a safe spot in a relationship with the woman, right? They don't want to go all the way out there. It's like, whoa, that's too much, right?
All right,
1
let's skip
foot,
ahead.
you know what I'm saying? Like, why are you wearing a double face? Be that.
So she's just saying, be yourself, be a gay man who wants to fuck black
Type
dudes.
of men like that. Because it's just, they
I
don't
mean, if you're in Atlanta, I suppose that'd probably be an easy thing to accomplish.
know. They don't know who the fuck they are, what they want. It's clear. And I get it. Identity is a very fluid construct. It changes. It's malleable, right? It doesn't stay the same. You develop your identity over time. And it's constantly changing. And sometimes that's why people don't know who the fuck they is. You don't know who the fuck you are. It's like, who are you? You don't know. Because it's constantly changing.
Constantly.
You say some want that, but not ready. What comes with it, especially the negativity.
All right, I think we got her perspective there, which is probably valid. It's probably pretty valid in terms of like that kind of stuff. All right, so what should we do next? All right, we'll do a little Jack Murphy update, a little Jack Murphy cleanup, as it were. See if we can find some stuff. All right, so we are going to explore a little bit of what people have been saying about this. I'm gonna go take a pee really quick, and I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I gotta pee real quick, and then we will watch a few Jack Murphy updates just to close out the night. We're talking about cuckoldry. Gotta do it. Tarami says, Jack Murphy, wipe up. Exactly. I'll be back probably about 30 seconds. Excuse me. A rare pee break on Nightcap. Oh, I'm back. See, I told you it'd be nice and quick. All right, so we got to scrub back here a little bit. I'm gonna have to go here. So we're gonna watch Viva Barnes, Viva Frey, and this guy Barnes talked about this. I think last night. Last night they gave their perspective, and then we'll probably watch the "You Are Here" update, and then we'll probably call it a night after that. Got to keep in touch. Got to update. We've been covering this on NIGHTCAP, so.
And I thank you, Robert. I wasn't even going to speak about it, but it's gotten here. I'm going to bring this chat up just so it doesn't disappear. Crystal Cat, thank you. And my take is this, Robert. I'm happy never to speak about it again. People seem to forget. They think I'm defending Jack Murphy for whatever the reason, forgetting that when we had him on, I took shit because people said I was too hard on him. Because ultimately, I did say, Jack, I read your book. You sound angry, and I think he is angry. And I see that.
But he has some legitimate reasons.
So Viva Frey is basically like, yo, I think the manosphere is a bunch of bullshit, and I think you guys are grifters, and I think you're angry because of your life experiences. And you take that anger and you've commodified it and you sell it to insecure men, young and old. And that's kind of his perspective on it. And I think he kind of even gets into it a little bit here. So we'll see.
To be angry.
That's why.
And he's had some, responses that are poorly done, that are not as well as he could have or should have. I don't think his response to Sydney was okay. I don't think his explanation afterward. But at some point, I mean, if any human being has their worst moment in life, or their worst 2 or 3 moments in life, magnified and defined as that is their whole life, that's where I have a problem with it. And especially, it's just got excessive. Everybody's feeling good about jumping on and beating on the guy, and I'm not comfortable with that ever.
People are making good money off of it, and set that aside.
Not only that, there's some troll people involved. There's some other people involved. I've seen a lot of anti-Semitism coming out of people.
They keep bringing up his birth name, which is he's half Jewish. People.
I think is this the beginning of this? It might not be the beginning. Hold on.
Everybody wants their soap opera drama. Have at it. The
individual is reveal their identity via social media. I want to bring this one up because Little Rock, we know, had some complications from an illness not long ago. Hey, pathetic. We have adventure for 2022.
Yeah, super chat question about the Jack Murphy dispute.
There it is. Sorry.
Purportedly Jack Murphy said something that called the quartering a sexual predator, something like that. That would be a statement that Jeremy from the quartering could sue on. He's not that kind of guy. I wouldn't have focused on the issue.
So Jack Murphy, he deleted the tweet, but he tagged The Blaze, Glenn Beck, Elijah, and Sydney Watson, being like, "Oh, they're working together with a sexual predator to go after me." So that's what they're referencing.
As much as he did, but that's to everybody wants their soap opera drama. Have at it. I don't know about Sydney though. I don't think. Also, let's just say, put it this way. If you decide to read all super chats, I would not do that. We don't do that here. If we definitely don't do that when they're a guest on. I don't consider it polite. I don't. Somebody spends $5 to say some trollish comment. Yeah, thanks for the $5. Still not reading the trolling comment. You can troll me, no problem. But not going to do it to guests. And then so I'm not a fan of that.
Well, see, but that's just the nature of their show. You don't have to be a fan of that, but that is the nature of that show. It's a very online show. From my experience with it, it's very online. Their guests that they bring on are very online people, Jack Murphy included. He's a very online person. Like, people don't know who the fuck any of these people are. A normie does not know who Nick Fuentes is. A normie does not know who Rollo Tomasi is. A normie does not know who Jack Murphy is. That's why you go on that show. You're going to have a much bigger audience, a much wider pool of people that are going to experience your content and experience you as a person. That's why you go on there. And you should be prepared for that. I don't understand this, I don't know, this kind of defensiveness about not being prepared. Not being prepared for where you're going into. Like, if I were to go on a show and I were to have something in my past or have a chat say something that brings something up, well, that's just kind of goes with the territory. It's just the way it is.
That as a custom and practice. The second aspect is I'm not buying her story, to be frank about it. She knew what the statement meant when she first brought it up with him, and she said, "Oh, I'm sorry," and apologized the first time. And then the second time she doesn't apologize and brings it up again, but she had no idea of its meaning. Not buying it, Sydney.
No, because the chat kept asking about the cuckold article. She didn't know that it existed. She did not know what it was, what the reference was, but the chat kept referencing it. Which, if you go watch Alpha Cuck 2, The Murphaning, we kind of got into that a little bit. Tarami says, I'm archiving all nightcaps for our future interview. Do it, man. Tarami, you're always welcome, dude. You ever want to just have a chat and it'll be put up on the channel? Just email me. It's at zooboxpodcast@gmail.com. We'll hook it up.
Sorry. And I don't have anything against her. I'm just saying that I'm hearing people simp for her. Now, Jack has plenty of criticisms coming to him for the way he's reacted and responded, and that's people can have at it. There's also misleading intel there. The Quartering and some other people, many of them, the people that I'm either aligned with or friends with, have assumed that who Jack Murphy is. I represented him back in the day when he was someone who spent much of his life improving charter schools for African American kids in the District of Columbia.
He represented Jack Murphy when he was accused of basically fraud, which is one of the reasons why he got fired. He was on the board of a charter school, and he got fired from that. They say it was because of his politics, which I think is half true. The thing that actually solidified his firing was the rape article. Was the feminists like to be raped article.
Was fired because he came out as a Trump supporter for illicit, politically prejudicial reasons. He wrote a book called From Democrat to Deplorable that has nothing to do with alpha male and the rest.
In 2018, a full year before any of these Chatterbait videos were created, that he put up online himself.
Yes. He has spent much of his, and he's tried to develop a podcast, all these, including Nick Rekieta. And I like Nick. But if you're going to be real critical of a guy, go to his YouTube channel and watch his interviews and then make a judgment about him. But don't assume that somebody else's version of him is accurate. Same with Jeremy from the Quartering.
No, I think this is bullshit because they're saying, well, go look at his YouTube channel and how he presents himself. Yeah, how he presents himself is an alpha male guru type. That's how he presents himself. He doesn't present himself as some fucking the Democrats are deplorable, because that was such a fucking thing that everybody did during the MAGA moment, right? And he's just another guy that did that. He's just another person that did that. 50 people that have profiles on YouTube did that. He's not unique in that sense. And but what he does though is he sells a lifestyle. He sells his services as this alpha male trad conservative dude. People pay him money for that. It's not the same thing. It's just not the same thing as he's presenting it here. That's complete horseshit. Yeah, somebody can go and do a bunch of interviews. Oh, look at how the interviews they did. Look at the interesting conversations they have. But if at the bottom of that you're full of shit, and the position that you're representing yourself to hold is actually not true, and people give you money based on that perception, that untrue perception, that liar's perception, then you're full of shit. Prophet says Jack Murphy is like Superboy Babbitt. He saved a bunch of black babies, but now he fucked up and it don't mean shit. Superboy, dude. You remember Superboy from Copland.
They've assumed things about Jack Murphy. They're just wrong because they've been too lazy to do their job and read the thing. And also, I don't like people jumping down somebody to this level. It's got to be too much. I get the criticisms. Jack's got a lot of it coming to him. He knows he's got some of it coming to him. The way he handled it with Sydney was not good. The way he handled it, I mean, he got hot-headed with you when we interviewed him. So it was clear that Jack had a quick.
So this is what I like. This is why I like, actually, I like Viva Frey, because he's willing, like, if people come on there and they interview him, Viva Frey, if he disagrees with them, will disagree with them. Just because you're a guest does not mean he won't be like, no, well, I think kind of like your whole thing is kind of bullshit. And I have, I don't know if I've ever actually seen the entire interview with him and Jack Murphy, but yeah, he gets into it with him about the manosphere stuff.
Views on some topics, and I don't think that's to his credit. However, he has spent much of his time trying to make positive improvements in the public arena. He has not spent much money or time. The liminal order is a small thing. He started about a year ago. It's not been a focus.
Jack Murphy has claimed that the liminal order has generated millions of dollars. The liminal order is like this higher ethic. The liminal order is a big thing. It's a big deal. I think, he says those kind of things because it is financially incumbent upon him to say those things. Like, I don't think there's a lot of people in the liminal order, but I guarantee you there's a few hundred. So he's probably making anywhere from $20,000 to $60,000 a month off of like insecure dudes selling whatever. And then you find out the liminal order is full of other salesmen, of other con men selling you fucking classes on philosophy and masculinity and how to turn your business into a multi-million-dollar affair. It's just it's like a predator's breeding ground.
Or driving point of most of his tenure. Go to his Jack Murphy Live interview shows, and he asks very thoughtful questions on very interesting topics, 95% of which have nothing to do with being an alpha male. And so people are going to target him because some videos he made. Would I have made them? Obviously not.
Almost all of his content has to do with being an alpha male. If you've ever seen him on Timcast IRL, it's always couched in the alpha male attitude. Even when he went to give his try to do his cleanup, his damage control, he cites that. He says like, well, I should have used the Muse Mastery and just laughed her off. A Muse Mastery, like this fucking garbage bullshit, pseudo life advice shit that these people just glom onto. Probably even themselves. Like they lie to themselves. It's just fucking, it's just garbage. It's garbage. It's garbage. But what else he say? He's like, well, being a man is all setting boundaries, and if somebody crosses your boundary, well, then fuck them. It's like that's not the context of what you were dealing with when you had your outburst. It's hilarious, and like that is the thing that took this dude down, because it's all by happenstance. Like when somebody called him out for being a rude asshole and telling some chick to go fuck herself, fuck you, heartfelt. Like nobody thought that there was all of this other stuff. This other stuff just like was just there to be found. It's kind of wild. Trami says, to bring up Gandhi again, it's like finding out Gandhi was an MMA champion. It doesn't necessarily take from what you're saying, but you better have some explanation. Exactly. And if he had stopped and just be like, yeah, I was into some really fucked up shit and it was not fruitful. It wasn't fruitful for my life. Hedonism was ultimately not what I wanted to get out of life. And here's what I learned from it. That's not how he presents himself. He presents himself as a static figure of achievement, a static figure of idealism, a static figure of who you want to be. And a lot of these people do. And it's just so fucking boring. It's just boring, number one. And it's just all lies. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's all smoke and mirrors. Just to sell you something. Just to make a buck off of you. Don't ever fucking believe a guy that's going to tell you how to be a man for a nominal fee. Just give me $50. I'll tell you how to be a man. Like, give me a break.
Would I have said some of the things he said in some of those articles? Obviously not. Does that mean that should define everything he is and everybody should feel proud of themselves jumping on and bashing a guy who spent the better part of the last 5 years trying to do mostly good things?
Untrue. The better part of the past 5 years. The better part of the past 5 years. Not really. Like, this is the problem with these assholes, right? And this is the problem with that moment in time. Tim Pool's part of this as well. This idea that, like, oh, they were Democrats and then they said they were conservative and they voted for Trump. And if you were that person, if you could say, like, oh, I was a Democrat and I was a lifelong liberal and then I saw what was going on and I voted for Trump, and that was a pathway to just whatever. Just naive people platforming you, telling you, like, yeah, that's awesome, man. Yeah, come on my show and show your wares. Trami says, mostly good things. You sure about that?
I don't think so. And I get you get lots of clicks on this. I get Jeremy's going to get 100,000 plus views every time he rails on it. God bless. But at some point, people should step back from the edge. And I get the quartering getting agitated at Jack making defamatory statements about him. That's entirely fair game for him, for the quartering to do. But come on, at some point, enough's enough. And I'm
not even entirely unsympathetic to this idea that, like, at some point, enough is enough. And when Jeremy from the quartering, like, acts like, well, I didn't do anything. It's like, no, dude, like, you created the storm. You got to own it to a certain degree. You got to fucking kind of own it. This whole, like, well, I didn't do anything, and oh, Jack did all this. Like, no, man, if it wasn't for you, this does not become what it became. You have to kind of own that a little bit, in my opinion.
Are misrepresenting and misunderstanding who he is because they didn't know him, don't know his backstory, don't know the whole story, jumping to conclusions, being too lazy to do their own job. And that's probably the last I'm ever going to speak of it, but that's my points about it.
And I thank you, Robert. I wasn't even going to speak about it, but it's gotten here. I'm going to bring this chat up just so it doesn't disappear. Crystal Cat, thank you. And my take is this, Robert. I'm happy never to speak about it again. People seem to forget. They
This is the second time they've been happy to never speak about it again, by the way.
They think I'm defending Jack Murphy for whatever the reason, forgetting that when we had him on, I took shit because people said I was too hard on him. Because ultimately I did say, Jack, I read your book. You sound angry. And I think he is angry. And I see that.
But he has some legitimate reasons to be angry.
That's why.
And he's had some, responses that are poorly done, that are not as well as he could have or should have. I don't think his response to Sydney was okay. I don't think his explanation afterward. But at some point, I mean, if any human being has their worst moment in life or their worst 2 or 3 moments in life magnified and defined as that is their whole life, that's where I have a problem with it. And especially it's just got excessive.
Well, it's this notion that, like, if you are selling lifestyle advice, if you're a guru, if you're telling people how to live their lives, and then in your private life you actually don't do that, it makes everything you've ever said circumspect, right? Like, you can't. It shutters it shakes the foundation of, like, what you have said before. I think that's completely fair. Because it's about integrity. It's about quality of person. And if you are not the person that you tell people, and if you're like a guru person, you're somebody that gives life advice, that's pretty damaging. That's kind of a big deal. Tarami says nobody's going to speak about it again, but yeah, let's talk about it. Yeah, I think that's like most people on the internet, probably myself included. I like when I did the second Alpha Cuck episode. I really, like, the first time I did it, I thought I was done. Like, it's fun, it's funny. We talked about it, we joked about it, and then just more and more and more came out. And it was just this never-ending cascade of information.
Feeling good about jumping on and beating on the guy, and I'm not comfortable with that ever.
People are making good money off of it, and set that aside.
Not only that, there's a lot of
not me, motherfucker. I just do it for the joy. for the internet.
There's some troll people involved. There's some other people involved. I've seen a lot of anti-Semitism coming out of people.
They keep bringing up his birth name, which is he's half Jewish. People, we talked about it on my show. He talks about it in his book. But no, I'll tell you this: his response was bad. His response for anybody who has the slightest bit of intuition into the human condition was based on shame and embarrassment. Quite clearly, in as much Amy Cooper.
Viva Frey knows. Like, he knows where this comes from and why he reacted the way he reacted. And he doesn't pull any of this Robert Barnes bullshit. He doesn't. Trump says, I give you lemons, but yeah, DLive won't let me. Hey, man, don't worry about it, dude. We're just here. We're here to hang out. I'm just glad you're here. It's awesome just to hang out with people and watch dumb videos and have a good time. It's a hobby. It's a hobby.
She reacted badly by what she did with Chris Cooper, and I said at the time it was a bad response. But it's clearly an indication of a bigger problem. And I say, you want to kill her? You want her to kill herself? You want to destroy this individual because of this one moment? And then people say, oh well, he's selling this alpha male crap and he's a fraud and yada yada. First of all, it's not clear that people who are into that alpha male stuff might think that response was alpha male. That's subjective crap. If you don't like his stuff, don't buy it.
It's a tiny piece. I guarantee he hasn't made that has not been his career. That has not been his life.
Well,
he wanted to create a group for what he went through, and that's it. And it wasn't like a big money making.
It is his career. It is his life, and it is a big money making operation.
Opportunity. It never became a big money making out. It was a small piece of what he did, and people want to be critical.
If you think Jack Murphy is making bank off of his YouTube videos, Jack Murphy Live, I got a bridge to sell you. Okay, the guy barely does Zoobox numbers, as I so affectionately call them. We're doing. We got some hits. We got some good Zoobox numbers. Some good Zoobox numbers. Jack Murphy's a little bit more than that, but it's usually about 1,000 views a video. He's not raking it in doing that. Where do you think his money comes from? Comes from the liminal order. It comes from that project. We're talking like maybe 800 people paying $100 a month. It's a lot of cabbage, guys. It's a lot of money.
Love it. I have no problem with that aspect, but going beyond that, defining that that's all he is, and then harping on the one or two things that that he regrets, I'm just not overly. And how many? I mean, what the Quartering's made 10 video, and again, I'm a big fan of the Quartering. I like him.
Again. I don't want to piss off the big YouTube drama guy. I don't want to say that what he's doing is wrong, but like seriously, man.
But at some point, enough's enough. Enough's enough. It's time to move.
Rib sauce. I know that we have.
Travis says, I don't get what these people are defending. I think they're not super. They don't really know. They don't know the depths of it because they're like regular dudes. Actually, I was on the last video I did. We watched like their first response to this situation. And I said like, oh, well, these guys have like real jobs. They're like real lawyers. They're real like men. They have families. They have a life. And somebody left a comment like, well, this is Viva Barnes' job. This is his life. It's like, okay. I mean, that wasn't always his life, though. He wasn't always a YouTube guy. Like, he had a regular job until this took off. And it's and they have a different, like, what you could maybe even consider a more adult perspective. And I think that's completely fair. I don't think that they know. Robert Barnes maybe does. I think he's a little overly defensive. Travis says it has a real leave Britney alone vibe. I think from Robert Barnes it does, 100%. Because he represented Jack Murphy in court back in like 2018. So he has a deeper relationship with him, more personal one. And I don't think he knows about everything. I don't think any of them did.
We get along now, Rib Sauce. And I know that you are quick to remind us of his name is Goldstein, I think. I forget what his birth name is. What I love is that when someone's half Jewish, when they do something wrong, they're full Jewish. When someone is half black, when they do something wrong, full black. When they're half black, become president, then it's not. Then it's then
Or
we
if it's
know
politically incorrect. They're like George Zimmerman. They suddenly go from Hispanic to white.
But
there's aspects of it that are obsessive, and it's particularly coming from some people that
Hey guys,
John Goldberg is a con man. And that's Viva. Viva put that on screen.
Yeah, but this is my deal. I was never into the liminal order. I was suspicious. It's not my thing. I'm not a fan of clubs that are based on immutable traits as a thing. I don't like See,
because he's a principled, regular person. He's got kids. He's got a family. He just thinks about things in a different way than the internet does. And he's just like, I thought it was suspect. I thought it was weird. Not into the
self-help
manosphere.
gurus in general. I'm suspicious, but people get something on. Fine. Jack Murphy, the videos, the thing. Yeah, it's good. You brought up a lot of
people
stuff.
can go to Jack Murphy live. See how much is there. Like when people say, "Oh, Jack Murphy's a con man," I'm like, okay, go to his videos. Tell me which part is false. They can't identify one.
The con is the misrepresentation. The con is being a liar. That's the con. If you sell yourself as something you are not, that is the con. So if his videos do not represent the genuine Jack Murphy, then that is the con.
One. So these people that think they know more than I do about Jack are wrong. You don't. So if you're going to come at me with these statements, you better be ready to do it. So this too is wrong. See, it's even Rekieta explained that 3.
Okay, here we go. Jack was defending his comments about aggravated harm of underage girls in a now deleted post from his website only 3 months ago. The school fired him because they found these posts on his website because he was a Trump's website, not because he was a Trump supporter. So what this person is referencing is when he was on Tim Pool 3 months ago talking about fertile age women and attraction. That's what they're talking about here. Now, Robert Barnes probably doesn't know about that. So he thinks that this is something different. And he'll explain.
3 months ago was all the way back in 2015 because he deleted the post. And that's why it says 3 months. It's 3 months from when from when the post was originally put up. So people have made these statements that are totally false. And by the way, that statement by that commenter, that is defamation, is an example of libel. So be careful before everybody jumps in on.
I love this, like this implicit threat, like, oh, be careful, you're libeling somebody. Yeah, not so much, buddy. Tarami says that wasn't what got him sacked, though. It was the rape article. Yeah, the rape article is the thing that he ended up getting sacked for. Is the rape article. Now, did the rape article come to light because of activists? Because he was a Trump supporter? That's totally possible. 100% possible. But that is the thing that they ended up getting him with, was the feminists like to be raped article. And so Robert doesn't know what this person is referencing because he's full of shit. And he knows he's full of shit. Jack Murphy, if Jack Murphy is who he says he is, he's an author, he wrote a book, he's got a YouTube channel, he does interviews, he's a public figure, and you have an opinion about a public figure, very difficult to have a defamation case, as we've seen in recent history.
We can't wait to beat up on the person that people have thrown out of the group and want to beat up. And a lot of it, they want to vent their issues with men's rights groups. They want to vent their issue with self-help groups. Okay, fine, have at it. In my experience, most of the people that I know that have been through those things have enjoyed it. Some people haven't. Do I do it? No. That's not my shtick. But
this thing, I'm not defending Jack because I'm into any of that stuff. I tell people.
By the way, those comments they're using StreamYards are not put up automatically. So Viva clicked on that comment. Hold on, where is it? He clicked on this comment and put it on screen so people would see it. Jack Murphy's masculinity brand is threatened by the cuckold article. It is, because that's not what he sells.
A lot of this stuff. But to take one person's lashing out because he was clearly embarrassed, clearly humiliated, clearly responding defensively, and say, oh, he told a woman to go F herself, let's ruin this guy's life. He's a fraud. Hey,
and Sydney brought that up twice. And the first time she brought it up, she said, "I'm sorry." And the second time, she doesn't preface it and needles him.
Well,
I think she knew exactly what it's. Are we supposed to pretend Sydney's unsophisticated here?
No,
God bless, but I'm not buying that aspect. And again, don't have.
Oh, are we supposed to pretend that Sydney's a fucking moron? I don't know. Like, you're doing a live show, you're in the moment, you're used to memeing. You've been memeing all night long. It's literally been a joke that Sydney reads all the super chats regardless. I think she's probably okay. Do I think that Sydney kind of knew and thought maybe it was like kind of funny? She didn't know specifically what was going on, but she knew that the chat was going for this one specific thing. So maybe she's not entirely innocent in this, but like I like this idea that like, oh, this is some Machiavellian plot to rib Jack Murphy, the venerable Jack Murphy. I mean, come on.
Anything against her? Don't know her at all. I'm saying, but I watched I think it's Star Wars Girl. She doesn't have a bone in the fight at all. And she pointed this out. She was like, I can see kind of why Jack responded because it looks like.
Trauma says she's guilty of memery. Absolutely. Yeah, she is. She is, because that's part of their deal. That's part of their brand. That's part of their show.
She deliberately triggered him a second time because she thought it'd make good drama. It did. It got her probably the most views she's had in a while.
But Robert, I'm going to read this because even if
that's always like the default, like, oh, it's a cynical thing to get views and to get hits and blah, blah, blah. You know, like I posted that on my YouTube channel. I posted that Titanic bad flute little meme thing that I did, right? I made that just to be a bumper for the live stream I was doing. And then I just like posted it as its own thing just because I thought it was funny. I had no idea. No fucking clue. It took me 3 minutes to make. It took me 3 minutes to make that video. I put no thought and no effort into it. I just made this video. I thought it was kind of silly, kind of funny. Ends up blowing up. I think it's got like 20,000 views right now. And it's definitely not making. It's actually, you know who gets the money for that is the person that did the Titanic flute. They have an auto claim on YouTube, and I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to challenge it. You made this hilarious version of the Titanic theme. Have at it. Like, none of what I posted was my original content. Like, I just collected a bunch of memes that me and my brother were sending to each other, and I made a video about it. And so like this implication that like, oh, everybody's making so much money off of it. Not really.
Saying is true, and I had to bring up the did he wear his underpants with Alan Dershowitz? You have to at some point to be honest to your crowd. But let me say this: Jack didn't help himself by digging his grave. Jack didn't need help digging his grave. I wish people would quit helping him. Let him dig himself out and be a better person. I've unsubbed channels. Good. That's how it goes. But there, and I say he deserves.
And I get why the quartering was agitated and all the rest. But at some point, enough's enough. Enough's enough. And I get why, look, it's funny conversation for Nick and Drexel to do their thing. And they're funny guys. But it's
so Nick Rekieta and his friend Drexel did like a 4.5 hour stream about Jack Murphy because Jack Murphy had kind of rubbed Nick Rekieta the wrong way by asking him to delete tweets and etc. Ended up being kind of a disappointing stream. I had high hopes for it. I was like, oh, this is gonna be hilarious. And then he brought on Brittany Venti and this other this chud, Undead Chronic, this Manosphere chud, and they completely derailed the entire stream. And it just was not that good after they were brought on. Because it just gets into this dumb petty shit, and Brittany Venti is like a retarded person. It could have been good if they had just left it alone. If they had just done it themselves. But I don't know.
At some point there should be some limits to this. Let's again, no one's pointed to me what false statement has Jack made. I mean,
what false statement has he made? He's made like his presentation of who he is as a person is the false statement. And he knows this. He fucking knows this. It's not that hard to divine. Tarami says, "Oh no, not Venti." Yeah, Brittany Venti. Brittany Venti was on that stream, and she did not contribute anything thoughtful or interesting, and it completely derailed the entire thing.
Out is that Jack's personal life doesn't match up his own ideal. That
No,
isn't the
that's
sign
right.
of a con man. That's the sign of somebody who is still trying to work his way through life.
I'll just say they'll go.
Then what is a con man to you? Then what is a con man? Jesus Christ. Travis says, I get you're a lawyer, Barnes, but this isn't a courtroom. No, it's not. It's not a courtroom. And it's also just like, I think he just misses the point a lot of the times. I think Viva Frey here is a little bit more honest. I think he's a little bit more just like, I think guys like this are kind of bullshit. I think they're kind of full of shit.
The videos I've seen people change their Twitter feed. It's not defending Jack. I'm not partaking in public executions for the sake of it.
And the videos that's respectable. If Viva Frey's position is like, I don't just like to see people torn down on the internet, and I don't want to be part of it, that's totally respectable. 1000% respectable. What Barnes is doing is he's lying, and he's providing cover. Viva's very comfortable being like, I don't think these are good things. I don't respect those things, but I also don't want to see somebody's life ruined over what is ultimately internet drama.
It's like, what's the compelling cause? Why is it I'm supposed to spend more time on this than Anthony Fauci? Why is it I'm supposed to spend more? I'm sorry.
Why are they supposed to spend more time on this than Anthony Fauci? Yeah, I think everybody's like, come on, dude. Like, yeah, there's plenty of things to say, and plenty of people do say things about Anthony Fauci. It's not like there's a dearth of content about the nature of Anthony Fauci out there. Yeah, there's lots of better things that you could talk about. You could talk about, I don't know, fucking homelessness, world hunger. Trami says, quote unquote, Jack didn't do anything illegal, so you can't say bad things about him. Exactly.
I'm not buying it.
It's high school gossip. And the things that Jack has done that I have no doubt that he regrets tremendously, which unless he does, hey, maybe he's happy about the videos. I don't know. I don't care. I just want to say this. I have no inherent support for Jack. I gave him a hard time on my channel. A hard time. I asked him some hard questions. I'm not into the things that he's into. I'm not even into the alpha male discussion, period. Right. All I'm saying is this response was excessive, disproportionate, and was akin to taking down Amy Cooper. It was akin to, here's a fun target of the day, and everyone does it and they move on. Read So You've Been Publicly Shamed by John Ronson, and then maybe you'll have a little bit more sympathy or empathy under
there's wisdom in the old Christian proverb and the old biblical proverb, which is that you don't point out the speck in another person's eye until you pull out the log in your own. And the point, though, is, do any of us want to be judged by our worst moment in life? And do we want to be judged on that for weeks on end?
No, we don't. We do not. But we might be. Especially when you're in the public sphere, and especially when you present yourself in a particular way.
Here,
we shouldn't do it to other people.
Let me stop this one. I'm going to do this one. John Correa, because I've read this comment multiple times. You two don't get it. He hoarded out his wife for internet dollars. What more do you need to know? I'm sorry. Do you think his wife doesn't have autonomy to make decisions of her own? Oh, he sent his wife to a cuckold thing. He sent her there like she's property. So you say that, sir.
Well, if you had actually seen what Jack Murphy had said about his wife and about what they were doing, then yes, he did. See, this is Viva is kind of innocent here a little bit because he does not know what Jack Murphy said about his wife and about the nature of that relationship, and that his wife was uncomfortable with it, and that his wife had to be kind of groomed into the lifestyle. He clearly, because I don't think Viva, he seems like a good man. He seems like a good person. Robert Barnes, not so much. He's kind of a lawyer. He's a lawyer. He's a kind of a sleazy lawyer. But Viva Barnes seems pretty innocent. He does not know. So, and he's just going with this, with this tact of being like, "Whoa, you think she can't make decisions for herself?" Well, not totally. Not totally. That's not the relationship they had. Trauma says, yeah, let's never call out bullshit ever again because someone might feel hurt over it. Yeah. I mean, especially when you're taking money from insecure, weird guys. And you're trying to like build a brotherhood and trying to build like what are you teaching them inside of the behind closed doors about the nature of relationships and women and etc. There were some leaks today or yesterday that came out about the stuff that was being shared in the liminal order. And a lot of that stuff was BDSM stuff and about like hookup culture and just dating guru bullshit that's just not helpful to the vast majority of people.
And you think that women are property who are incapable of making their own life decisions.
No, women, dude. Jack Murphy thinks women are property. He thought his relationship with his girlfriend was that of property, of that of an owner and a thing. He should own that.
Circumstance. I'm not into open relationships. I think they are fundamentally destructive to the relationship. I think they always end in problems. But you're saying he sent his wife out like she's property? Who's talking about women like property now except for you? I'm not trying to call you.
No, Jack Murphy did. See, this is deficit of information. He just does not have the information.
No, well, let me, John, Juan. I don't want to call you John. We're gonna get.
And
to
you can be critical of all of that without obsessing over it day after day.
No, but I'm just
so you know what I mean. I mean, there aren't bigger fish to fry in the world than Jack Murphy's personal relationships.
We're gonna get there, but this comment. Anybody who says it in the future, he sent his woman out there. I'm sorry, that comment presupposes that his woman, his wife, his girl.
That's because Viva Frey is probably in a healthy, normal relationship, and he cannot conceive that somebody would do that to somebody. Well, you know, if you look into the files, if you really look into Jack Murphy, that's what he was doing. There's podcasts about it. There's comment sections that are about it. There are literal fucking blog posts about how he felt about this. And this is not like a young 20 some odd year old man just out there just experiencing things. No, we're talking about like a 40-year-old dude. Trami says, I hope to God somebody corrects him. They might. Give it enough time.
And whoever it was at the time had no autonomy, and she was just property that did what he said. And I dare say that that's probably an offensive way of doing it.
No, yeah, there's clearly people who have different lifestyles than I would recommend.
Oh yeah, he had well, you know, some people probably think differently about relationships than I do. It's like, yeah, no shit, man. Everybody accepts that. Everybody accepts that, like, if that was Jack Murphy's lifestyle, nobody would like, and he just said that was his lifestyle. Nobody gives a shit. The fact that it was like a harbored secret that was counter to how he represented himself is the problem.
And
look, but I'm not going to obsess over criticizing it, particularly if they're not a public official of any type. You know,
and I'll tell you one thing: to stay rich, stay married, to stay out of trouble, keep your dick in your pants, and you'll avoid a lot of problems. And I'm not going to judge him for he's done a ton of things that I would not do. I think he has some behavior traits that I think are problematic that lead to these types of problems. To say there that we should publicly destroy a man, everything that he's built, go after his livelihood, go after his reputation, and
well, I don't think anybody went after his. People definitely went after his reputation, but I don't think there's anybody really calling for him to be unpersoned or destroyed or whatever. It was just like people making fun of him. People making fun of him, which is that's hard, man. Especially with the shit that he had out there that people could find. Like, that's hard. I don't deny that. But come on now.
Effectively, look, good. People did it with Amy Cooper. They did it with that lady in the store there who took the kid's phone. I can take myself at my worst and I would be embarrassed. But I don't think it's not my thing. So with that said, and moving on from the Juan John Carrera's chat, let's get into Ghislaine Maxwell, Robert.
Well, that's the end of that. That's the end of their commentary on that. But I just, in terms of like Viva Frey's position, I just don't think he understands the scope of it. And Robert Barnes seems like a liar. Comes off like a liar here. Like I think Robert Barnes knows and is fully apprised of what was going on. Travis says, "Yeah, I haven't seen anyone screeching for him to be canceled or deplatformed or anything of the sort. No, that's just kind of been memes. Just kind of people making fun of him, which, like I said, is not a pleasant experience, I'm sure. I'm just happy I don't have these kind of skeletons in my closet, I guess. Just honestly. Okay, well, let's check out the You Are Here. They did talk about it a little bit today. Clean up with that. Let's see here. See ya.
Guys, welcome back. Hope you had a happy Christmas and a happy New Year. Elijah and I certainly had a hell of a Christmas, a weird time. You know what I like, Elijah? You know what's probably my favorite thing is elephants. They're really big. They take up a lot of space, especially if you put them in a room. And sometimes I feel like the best thing to do is just embrace the elephant. Just give it a big old cuddle.
Well, since we're jumping into the safari like this soon, a wise man once said to me recently that
Travis says this will make Prophet happy. Of course. He gets to see his beautiful Sydney once again.
Christmas is usually about receiving gifts, celebrating the Lord Jesus Christ, spending time with family, and just enjoying a few days at least of a break. For us, it was mostly seeing things that I'm going to just speak for all America and say, we didn't want to see them. We got gifts that were given that I think they came from the
want
Grinch.
them to go back to the shop, please. No more. Guys, we've obviously got some things to talk about, including but not limited to that the Taliban apparently wants to decapitate mannequins because they're false idols and weird.
Prophet says, bro, I watched this live and screen capped all her memes for later. Strami says, you make me proud, Prophet. Yeah, he was. He actually sent me messages.
Things about the pandemic and about vaccines and what have you. My name is Sydney Watson from the creatively named channel on YouTube, Sydney Watson.
My name is Elijah Schaefer, and I agree with the Netherlands saying we need 6 more boosters. We need 57. I need a lot of shots to disinfect my eyes. I'm the host of Slightly Offensive. We are live in Dallas, Texas, and you are here. Elevator music cue.
Never in my life have I wanted to laugh so much, but I'm just trying to keep it together a little bit because otherwise, and you giggling off to the side, people can't see you when it's just my shot. I'm like, I don't want to lose it.
I'm embarrassed for everyone. I just didn't think we were going to be here in this moment.
You know what I do enjoy about this, though? Is the innocence of it. Even though it's probably not really earned by these people, but there's a chasteness to how they approach this that is very funny to me.
Moment discussing what we need to discuss because
Finish the sentence. I'm listening. I'm on every word, man.
It's
I'm
live on
engaged.
YouTube, so I'm trying to be careful here. Is like I've never been more happy to receive a can of bleach because my eyes need it. Like I'm at a point where everything that's happened, we didn't ask for it, we didn't want it, we were put in an awkward spot from the beginning, and this is the first time that I've ever seen things get so progressively more awkward without having a hand in it at all for either of us. And having just to sit here and try to address everything is extremely uncomfortable, but it's okay. It's like I'm sitting on something. I don't know. I just want to jump this. So there's been a lot of confusion.
Mhm.
Just want to come out and say, seriously, anybody who speaks poorly to you, fuck them. That's just retarded. But also, there's been a lot of information going around. A lot of people have been saying a lot of things about us, a lot of things about the show, a lot of things about life, the elephant in the room, and we need to address some of this.
We just want to hug the elephant a little bit.
Yes.
Just a little bit, not too much, not for the entirety of the show, guys, but certainly some things like Elijah said.
But for a good hot 20 minutes, we're gonna hug that elephant. I think like they don't need to like couch it in this way. They don't need to be like, well, you know, the people were talking about the show, they were talking about me. No, you don't need to do that.
Have been said that I'm not thrilled about. And I think, look, at the end of the day, personally, I want to move on from the elephant. Much as I always, love to give the elephants are cute, I want to give them a cuddle, but I do want to move on from it because I'm just kind of over it at this stage. But obviously, for those who missed it, I got yelled at on our last episode for the year of 2021, which was a great way to go into my break. I was really looking forward to the leisure. I was like, you know what? I just wanna like hug my dog and have a great time. And instead, I was like, wow, this was fun.
Best Christmas ever.
Best Christmas gift.
Trami says, I want to move on from everyone saying they want to move on. I think there's probably a couple more weeks of that. Yeah.
Possibly ever. No. So, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of over it at this point, and I know that people will say what they want to say about it, and I don't like that, we're being attached to things that you and I have never said, because I don't know if you guys noticed, but I disappeared for like a week. I was just gone because I was like, I'm ready for this to be done. I'm ready for people to just, I'm ready to move on from it. Like, everyone's said what needed to be said to each other. Apologies were said, and I was like, yep, cool, I'm ready to drop it. But I obviously don't like to have what I viewed as my name dragged through the mud a little bit, even if, that's not how it was intended. And again, I'm always willing to give people the benefit of the doubt. I was like, yo, I'm gonna defend myself, and I think that I'm within my rights to do that. And now here we are, having seen so many things, guys, that you just keep sending us.
You said it.
And we want to wash our eyeballs.
Sydney, here we are.
You are here. Did
are
say
here.
You said the name of the show? God.
And so are we. Let's talk a little bit about this. So, we're not starting any new fire. We're not doing anything crazy. We're just here to end this once and for all because we really don't want to talk about this. And to everybody who keeps sending us the pictures and the videos, fuck you.
This is the best thing that ever happened to this show. It's the best thing that ever happened to them. Their profile, 10,000 people were watching this live tonight. They have never gotten 10,000 viewers. I can guarantee you that. The corpse of Jack Murphy is feeding a lot of insects these days.
Heartfelt. Fuck you. Seriously, to everyone out there. Stop sending us stuff that we don't want to see. No one wants to see it. It's not fun. You don't like it. Stop it. But let's talk about this. So obviously, just to address a little thing, you got yelled at. People were really confused on what happened. We were really confused.
We were confused, yeah.
And long story short, you and I discussed. I just said, hey, I don't know where our guest just went. We got to figure out what's going on. Literally went out like I would any Friday to just go take someone to their hotel.
Yep.
Figured out what was going on. Had a simple discussion. Hey, man, yeah, you were in the wrong. None of us knew any of this. Sydney didn't know. I didn't know. We weren't trying to drag you down. It was cool.
Yep.
You should apologize to her. Everything's good. Sydney and I just met Jack Murphy for the first time in person that night, or at least for me.
No, apparently I met him like 2 years ago at a Halloween party that I don't remember. Someone reached out to me and they're like, do you remember this party? It was at Cassandra Fairbanks's. And I was like, what? And then I remembered he was dressed as Thor. I think he was dressed as Thor.
Well,
I don't particularly remember. I just remember this like giantly tall creature. And he was there with a woman.
The point is before this night, all you and I knew was pretty much what most people in the public knew.
Yeah.
That this was a nice guy who runs a podcast for men and wrote a book.
Yeah.
And we've spoken to him, on air or whatever. We had no information about any of this. And I want to clarify.
Trami says they should act a lot like me when I watch shitty movies. Mark, I fucking hate you for making me watch this. They sound it's about as frank too.
Like none of anything from the article to
all the other things
all
that
the
have
gifts
come out since
that you guys have pushed into the public that we didn't ask for and don't want. We we were completely innocent, like in the fact of like we literally knew nothing.
Elijah made no gifts. He made approximately 0. So
And you too know. We talked about this right
I
before.
don't
It's like, I
even
was
know
like,
how to make a gift. That's very.
but we
that's-
talked. I'm
not
saying
clever
before this, I
enough.
said, do you know what just happened? Like, what happened? You're like, I don't know. And I'm like,
Yeah.
me neither.
Watching back the footage was really funny because there's a point where it's like wide shot, and you and I just look at each other like, what? And that was honestly my entire take afterwards. You know, I think that, yeah, like I said, I think from top to bottom, there's been a lot of conversation online. And again, I think that it's quite humorous because you and I basically said nothing. Besides the video that I made, just again confirming what had happened and in a way, like I said, defending myself.
We've been too nice. Like, if any crime that people are mad about, it's like trying to be adults and handle this respectfully behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And just telling someone, hey, you and I do not take pride in people self-sabotaging.
Mm-hmm.
You, like me, I always tell you, you're like the more Christian than most Christians, even though you're atheist. You and me are big about mercy and grace
Yeah.
and giving that to people. And you and I said both that looking back, if we had had more information,
Yeah.
the situation would have gone differently. But looking back, there was no other way we would have known what to do because we just didn't know.
Yeah.
And all the stuff that's come out afterwards has not been us. Like, we didn't do it. And it's not, we're not.
Travis says it's weird how these people are like, Jack is such a nice, cuddly guy. Like, nothing in his past paints him like a Mr. Rogers. And not just these two, but others too. I think these people, though, I think they just took him at face value. I think like he had laundered himself through enough other like people and other shows that like people just assumed that he was kind of on the level, right? Like, because he's on Tim Pool so much and Tim Pool vouches for him, and they're like, oh well, of course, I guess we got to do that. Prophet says, I fucking wish he would have given me some mercy and grace. Inshallah.
Involved in it, and we weren't trying to do anything. We weren't trying to get anything from this. It's like that's just the case. And so the point
But
was,
you know what's funny is in the same week, I find this so humorous, like not in the same week necessarily, but in the same, like month, maybe, the month before, we've had on all sorts of people on the show, guys. Like we've had porn stars on, we've had people that Sydney personally does not enjoy
Nick Fuentes.
as human beings. We've had people that Elijah personally does not enjoy as human beings.
Probably not so much.
yeah, we don't care. Literally, we don't care. Like, even
I
if
want
we
people
had
to be guessing who
if
those
someone was
people are.
like people get mad at us because we'll have anybody with any past, any
Yeah.
history, and so it's not a big deal if people just have past and they just own up to it and whatever.
Yeah.
That's totally fine. The reason why Sydney and I feel a little bit just like why we have to address this is because we were adults about the situation. We handled it off the air. It doesn't matter. You guys were mad. You wanted blood sports. Not going to apologize for that. We agreed. We handled it the way we thought was respectful and said
As in, like, you
everyone's
mean
going to
that
shut up.
You're not gonna apologize for not participating in Bloodsport. 'Cause
Correct.
I think that, there's a time and place, guys, for being very aggressive towards people. And I don't think that this situation was that. Particularly from Elijah's standpoint, particularly from my standpoint. I don't even know if I have that in me, to be honest with you. I think a lot of people now have realized that I try to be just a regular, nice human being. I don't want to
Yeah.
be horrible to people. That's not really
I-
my modus operandi.
I've been
You, on the other hand, Elijah's the one who's out here stringing people up and just like throwing little forks at them.
Can I just say,
stabbing people in the hand with spoons? I've seen it. I've witnessed him stab people with spoons.
the whole
in the
situation
hand.
is just actually funny. Like, because it's not funny for everyone involved, but
No,
it's
it's
like,
hilarious.
But it's just like because karma's a bitch, and so I just want to say that in the end of all of this, the point to the public that we'd like to say is that we did our best to be mature about it in a very immature situation. Whether you guys liked it or not, we don't owe anything to anyone, and we just do our best. We trust our instincts in the moment, and there you go. And as we go forward, basically what happened is that things were mischaracterized
Yeah.
on Tim Pool's show. So
Which was disappointing.
Yeah.
And again, like Tim and us, the two of us, are genuinely friends. And
Oh, they're part of that. See, yeah, they're part of that sphere. They're best buddies. Tim Pool even reached out to them specifically to say, like, I didn't know this guy was a cuck. I didn't know this guy was a perv.
I got a lot of time for like Lydia, for example. She's really cool.
Yeah,
and
Lydia's,
again, I know that people.
Lydia's really cool. Lydia, who's like the the bar wench for Timcast IRL.
a lot of feelings towards Tim, and this is not a competition. It's not like we're trying to start shit with anybody, to be completely frank with you. That is not the purpose of this show. We want to bring ideas and we want to change the trajectory of the country, and obviously we want to have a laugh, we want to be funny, we want to make things interesting, because it's not, not everything's doom and gloom. But I think Tim's getting dragged a little bit because you don't see a lot of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, and a lot of stuff does go
Tell
on.
us a little bit behind the scenes, because some people don't see that we're
Tim-
freaking out on the internet. Like, we
Yeah,
were
I
handling
mean,
this like adults.
I think Tim did his best to fix things to the best degree that he could behind the scenes. I think he said some things, certainly to you and me. He was very.
Travis says, my top recommendations on YouTube today. Do you support the pegging community? Oh, yeah, that's like you you watch Nightcap and you ever get curious, your fucking shit will be destroyed, just like mine. Just like my YouTube recommendations. Every time I do an episode of Nightcap, it's just destroyed. That's why I have two different ones. I have my Zoobox one, and then I have my own personal one where I go find the things I actually want to watch. But my Zoobox recommendations are just a nightmare. Travis says all this has done weird shit to my YouTube. Yeah, I know. I feel you, buddy. Yeah, time for a burner account for sure.
Straight up, just say Tim's genuine. Tim called me, just said, "Hey, look,
Yeah.
when I had this guy on my show, I didn't even know the situation.
Yeah, he
I
said
didn't
the
know.
same thing
I
to
didn't
me.
know anything,
Mhm.
honestly, and I wasn't aware. And behind the scenes, I've just basically echoed what you've echoed. Is just this needs to stop. Like, basically, like, if you make a mistake, if things come out about you, dude, we've all made mistakes. We've all had errors in our life. Some of us have changed paths. We've had people on here that we had, like, Bridget Fedezi, who like used to do nudies
Dude,
and stop doing that. And
Ariel Scarcella is a primary example of someone who left the left, if we can call it that. And I love
Ariel Scarcella, yes, the the conservative lesbian girl, who's just is conservative by name only. I mean, she just was a disaffected liberal Democrat, kind of like Jack. Just another one of these people that just like, well, man, this is the moment. I'm gonna hop onto this. I'm gonna start saying these things. She's just a turf, which honestly, in my own perspective, is like I'm pro turf. But that's what she is. She is de facto conservative.
Ariel. She's honestly one of the most genuine human beings. I loved reading the comments of people being like, who the hell is this abrasive human being? And I'm like, she's like that in real life too. What you see is what you get. She's great. And Ariel is one of those people who she's like, yo, I have an OnlyFans. Yo, I made this content in the past. I've moved away from it now just because I want to do other things. And she's like, cool, here I am.
so we're not
Either you
freaked
love
out
me
about
or you
guests.
don't. Yeah.
We're not freaked out about guests with weird sides of them. People are weird.
I think you're
they are
a people
strange.
with a weird side of you. I have seen the things you do. Yep.
I have
He's-
5G. I have an antenna, and I get 5G beamed into my head to help fight the aliens.
You're just a downy.
Yeah,
You're,
I'm down.
you're just Ryan Gosling with
I'm
Down syndrome.
Down syndrome's a compliment for me.
Yeah, well, it's a step up.
No,
for
but
me.
I'm just saying, like we have Brandon as our producer. We're no stranger to
His hair's getting progressively longer.
to strange
is.
things.
Yours is nearly as long as mine now.
I might make a video.
Maybe you should. Shaving it all off. Can I do it?
Oh, that type of shaving. Oh no,
Yeah.
that wasn't the video I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
But I just want to say this, that in the end, the reason why we're having to bring this back up
Yeah.
is because we agreed, like adults, that apologies would be made, that we'd move on.
Yeah.
And then it was brought back up against what we would prefer. Like, we didn't
That's
want
what
this shit. Literally, the only reason why I try to handle it, and we try to handle it, was we're like, let's avoid the drama.
Yeah.
And then the internet is unforgiving, came in and
did some stuff.
There's something big in the room, and I'm not going to say what it was, but it was my eyes hurt, my heart hurts to the point where the makeup person was like, basically nicely, you look like shit.
I walked in today and I looked at you and I thought, why does Elijah look like he's been punched in the face? And it's because he saw things, guys, he didn't want to see. I will
This is
say
the first time it wasn't
Because he was weeping. He was weeping. And also of that Christmas goodness, that Christmas good food.
Black people in Philadelphia that are responsible for my black eyes.
I will say this about the super chats too. I know that you guys have been pretty nice so far, from what I can see. I'm doing a pre-read with my eyeballs. But I will say, if you say really, really messed up stuff, I want to let you know it will go towards the eye bleach fund, and I don't know if I can read that out loud. but that's the eye bleach thing.
Yes,
I don't want to. I just take satisfaction in the fact that I have read it, and I'm wheezing internally. That's not an invitation to say fucked up stuff in the supers. I'm just saying, just be well behaved.
Like,
be good. Telling anyone to do
here's
this,
where I
they'll
want to
just do
say
the
this
opposite.
is like people get mad at me sometimes, like even when like Antifa would like beat me up and stuff. Why don't you fight back and stuff? It's just my personality is my personality. But here's the point where I have to draw the line genuinely, like really, is that after all that we did and tried to do, things got legal, things got personal. Threats were made, things were pushed. There was unnecessary bringing this company into it.
Yeah.
There was attempts to get us fired from our jobs. And that's when I think, dude, that's fucking lame.
Yeah.
Like that's I don't know how you feel about it, but it's like after all our, like I said, maybe our greatest crime was being too nice. Like maybe that's literally what it was.
Yeah.
You come here and then you.
So they tried to be amicable and professional and be like, yeah, smooth things over with him, etc. Only to be met with like, no, we need to ruin them. We need to ruin them. And a lot of this stems from Jeremy from the quartering. Like, honestly, that's where a lot of this comes from. He started this shit and he does not really own it, which I think is kind of a little pathetic. Just fucking own it. He's still like, I think even today, maybe we'll end the stream with his video from today. He made a video about it today. And I think the past like 5 videos he made, I don't ever want to talk about this again. This is the last time I'm ever going to talk about it.
Publicly try to ruin our lives for something we were not a part of.
Yeah.
And if you do that to us, honestly, it's like it is. Fuck you for trying to make this something it wasn't.
Yeah.
And coming after Sydney and I, coming after my friend, coming after me, and tagging, by the way, Glenn Beck's not our boss, so he works for the same company we do. And yes, we do call him Daddy G.
Because it's funny.
Yeah, but I meant.
See, I didn't know the Blaze was public. It's a public company, I guess.
Like the chicken man.
Yeah, and he looks like he sells fried chicken, and he's very warm and to hug, but. Also,
he complimented Murphy when Murphy was really little. He's like, "What a lovely dog," and I was like, "He's lovely, isn't he?"
Yeah, but I'm
Little
just saying
Smurf
this:
man.
like when we're being nice
Yeah.
and mature about things,
Yeah.
against the public's will. The public was wanting us. I told you, like I even made a white knight comment because of the messages I get. You should have punched that guy in the face. Teeth would have been flying, and Jack would have been dying if I was in the room. Like motherfucker, you would have killed someone over the F word. Glad you weren't in the room. But I'm just going to say, like, we have thick skin. We deal with shit every day.
Yeah.
Shit's fucked. We make mistakes. We don't always know how to handle things.
Trami says, quartering gets on my nerves the few times I watched them. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that group of people. People like quartering or people that like approach things the way he does. It's just very cynical YouTube money shit.
Things right. We don't claim to know. This is a new show to us. It's a new format. But then at the end of all this, after doing that, and then other things blow up completely out of our control that we are just as shocked as the public.
Yeah.
Things are running and gunning for our jobs.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you. That's retarded. Like, don't do that. And to everyone here, don't do that. When people are nice to you and they extend a hand of mercy, it's like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, fuck you. I don't know if that's how it goes.
You know how wild it is if Elijah's the one like, hey guys, we got to be mature about this, all right?
I know.
Everybody needs to just grow up and be adults. When Elijah's saying that, ooh, shit's gotten out of hand.
Well, I think the thing here.
I'm just not happy with the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone is. What I'll say here is that, because like I say, guys, we don't want to spend a tremendous amount of time on this.
Just
what I
a
do
few,
want to say,
10
though,
more
is
minutes.
that,
10 more
like
minutes.
I said in the video that I made on my channel, I think when you give people enough of their own rope, they will inevitably hang themselves. Because if you're not an authentic, genuine human being, inevitably the facade falls. Inevitably, people find out exactly who you are. That's why Elijah's very open about his past and things that he's done and whatever. I'm pretty open about, things that I've done that I'm not thrilled about. And there's, for every human being, especially if you were a potato head as a, early 20s, even a teenager, you've done some stuff that you're like, wow. You know what I'm super glad about that we're not Gen Z, because those little turds have stuff all over the internet since they're, 12 years old. Whereas
See, I am so thankful for this. I've actually said this to some of my friends. I think even Prophet. I'm so happy. I am so happy that the internet was not what it is today when I was a kid. Because holy shit, who knows what would be out there? Who knows what would be out there? I'm so happy I lived in a world where I did not grow up where every second, every feeling I ever had was documented on the internet. The internet does not forget, and you can't really erase anything. Prof says the entire internet is only going to talk about this for 10 more minutes for 3 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to go on for a little bit longer.
Hopefully, I didn't get my first smartphone until I was 19.
I thought you were going to say something else.
What?
I can't say it now.
But you should cough and drink your water. That's how we deal with awkward situations on the show.
Can I say that cough was so genuine and so poorly
No,
timed?
it wasn't.
Yes, literally. I was like, because I like sipped it. It was like it was choking on water. I was like because it was like what the fuck. But also, that's been my
Why
entire.
didn't you gladiator for me, Elijah?
Well, at least you only choked on water.
Pull out my Glock and just be like, she's like, yeah, don't ever say the F word again. As your blood spills on the floor. What was I supposed to do? But I'm laughing at the end of all this. And it's like in the end.
I want you to come into the show.
Trami says, I'm older than you, and even though I did grow up on the internet, things were not archived for fucking ever until Facebook. Yeah, dude. Like, the only thing I had to really deal with was AIM, Instant Messenger. And there's no logs of that as far as I know. Although I was not very active. Like, I've always just been a watcher. I'm an observer. I never used to engage. So
No. At some point, rather than the speedo, no. You need to come in dressed as like Maximus from Gladiator, and I need you to say things like, "Are you not entertained?" as you like jump around with a sword. That's what I want. That's how you defend me.
Yeah,
everyone. That's how my honor must be defended.
Cover has signed an NDA, and if you get beheaded by a samurai sword, you can't sue us.
But like real talk though, I really do appreciate how kind and loving everyone's been towards me. I know I interrupted you. I'm sorry. I do want to hear what you have to say. But no, everyone's been freaking like you guys have been so sweet, and I do sometimes get a little in my feels about how much Sydney hate I do see in the chat. Sometimes it doesn't hurt my feelings necessarily. But I'm like, do you guys want me here? Am I wanted? And then after this, everybody was super, super cool and super, super lovely. And I'm just really thankful for that. It really makes me feel very warm and fuzzy on the inside, which is, really.
that's so wonderful for you, Sydney. So wonderful for you. Trami says it was also Facebook that pushed out the usage of handles / aliases. These days, people are way too quick to sign up with real names. Yeah, I think all of the internet has basically been pushing towards like not being anonymous for the last few years. I mean, even if you have like a Twitter account, like you have to have a phone number. You have to have a phone number attached to it to actually do anything. Like they want accountability in a way that is not the way the internet has worked for a long time. That's why there's things like Kiwi Farms, because that is like maybe one of the last bastions of like true anonymity on the like one of the message boards that has true anonymity out there right now.
It's just the whiskey.
I mean, that's something, mate. Some people
I was like,
probably
that's called MDMA. You're like,
you just want to hug a pillow.
Well, that's called drug addiction.
I don't know if anyone, based on what we're saying here, is going to feel satisfied, predicated on.
No one will. We knew this coming in. You and I spoke. No matter how we approach this, somebody was going to be mad because we didn't say what they wanted to.
Yeah.
And like I told us, like if I had $1 for every time somebody would have done something differently in my place, it's like, maybe you would have, and you have the right to have done or said something different.
Yeah.
You totally can. We're just not the same people. And that's why even in your situation, there's no point to look back and say, like, you apologized and had no reason to apologize, but we didn't know.
It's largely because, I mean, the reason I said sorry was because people are mad about that. They're like, why'd you apologize? And it's like, well, I just, that's the kind of person that I am. If their situation is messed up and someone has extended the hand to me, I'm going to respond in kind. I'm not going to turn around to them and be like, haha, fuck you. Like, I just don't operate that way. And I will, basically my side of the like me saying sorry was me saying, I'm sorry that I inadvertently and accidentally
No, you just
walked us.
de-escalated. You
Well,
went,
yeah, I said I'm
"Calm
sorry I
down."
walked us all into this situation. And because at that point I was like, I want this to be done. I don't want to deal with this for weeks and weeks and weeks. And again, because there is a lot of messed up stuff that's coming out and things that we've seen because you will not let us not see it. And
Yeah,
those are
seriously.
things that certainly
Stop it.
I don't feel I said this in my video. I just don't really feel like I'm in the place to comment on all of that.
And
'Cause
don't kick it. We're not going to kick a horse when it's down. Like, the internet did what the internet does.
yeah.
Jack did what Jack did.
Fight's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no feud between us. There's no issues.
Yep.
It's literally at this point in our brains a non-issue.
Yep.
We're not planning on, the internet has already done what the internet did.
Yeah.
That's not us. And yeah, and then we can't go back and be like, well, if we had this information. In fact, I wish we never had this information because my Christmas was really not good because of it. I cannot unsee.
Elijah was crying the entire time in the corner. I'm gonna finish out on this. I don't know if you've got any other
I
comments.
saw the memes and stuff. I didn't want to.
I'm gonna finish out on this.
That's what alcohol's for.
Nobody should speak to other people in the way that I was spoken to. I feel that really strongly, and I so far have wanted to deal with this situation with, as you guys would put it, grace. Don't talk to people like that. It's gross and it's rude, and I don't think that there are many situations in which it's appropriate. And when they are appropriate, you know it, and you know deep down it is appropriate. I also don't think that the large portion of people out there who live action role play as men, I don't think that's worth respecting. In this,
Oh, see, this is where the real shade comes. The LARPing accusation.
sense that if you really want to be a man, you will act like it. You don't do horrible things to other people. You don't mistreat people, and you don't act in a way that is not representative of a man. I really believe that strongly. And there are a lot of people who LARP. There are a ton of them, and that's become really clear to me over the last little while. I'm done with this situation.
Yeah,
That's all I want to say. If you want to be a man, just be a man. It's not that complicated.
Yeah, you literally are just biologically. That's our whole argument is you're
You
a
have
man if you were
testes,
born.
do the testes.
But also
Be
want
a
to say this.
testy.
I want to say this out loud too. A lot of people don't understand Sydney and I's friendship. You don't understand the dynamics, and I don't expect you to, because believe it or not everything you see on the camera is what you see that happens off the air. And Sid and I were united from the beginning. We've been united on this issue. Our ultimate always goal was just to try to make this go away and just not deal with it, because it's just, that wasn't ever our point. Our hands were forced, and we still were way nicer than we could have been. And I don't want anybody talking to my co-host that way. We've never had a situation directly like that in the studio, and never really talked about how we would handle it.
Mhm.
And now we're like, okay, going forward in any of these situations, we're going to handle it differently.
Yeah.
And, it's just like, if you're going to be immature and you're going to be retarded and you're going to be rude to either one of us, fuck you. That's all. And that's all I have to say. And we're learning from this too. And in all of this, it's really exciting to me that a show that's been around for 3 months can already does this. I had family in Australia being like, dude, this is going around Australia. I was like, oh no. But the point is that moving on from this, I'm done with this too.
I also think
And
it's done from our
it's
our
been done.
participation. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's moved on. If there is a situation here, it's moved on to other things. It no longer concerns you and me. I was just the catalyst, the unwilling catalyst.
And the internet will keep doing whatever the internet wants to do.
Yeah, as far as this is concerned, I'm done.
But
I don't
we
have anything else to say.
had to say this because we somehow a rumor got out that we weren't going to address this. We had no desire to take anyone down.
The rumor got out because Jack posted in his private war room, in his liminal order chat, that he had squashed this and they were not going to address it. That's what he's talking about.
The damage has been done.
Everyone already knows
No,
that,
I'm saying the
though.
damage has been done. That's what I'm saying. But we are here. We addressed it, and we're just gonna keep being us, being authentic, being who we are.
Yeah.
Telling you guys what it really is, and also I'm gonna tell you guys thank you for getting Sydney's back. Some of you that when I see how much Sydney means and how much you guys love her and care for her and want her to be respected, I appreciate that too, just because of how much I love, care, and respect about you.
Thank you.
And want to see you treated well and and in a position to where you are given the respect that you deserve. And that's why I started a show with you, because I actually respect you and love you.
I really appreciate it. And also, something Elijah said to me the other day that I think you guys will find funny is what you just said about us not being, people obviously not seeing what we're like behind the scenes. Elijah made a good point where he said, he's not a typical man, I'm not a typical woman. And when you brought up the fact that I've been like fighting your landlord people.
I'm not a confrontational person. I've never been.
Yeah.
I don't even
Well, that's the end of that. That's when they I don't think they say anything about this after that. So, what will we do? We will end the stream. Let's see what the quartering had to say about it today. And we'll probably end the stream after that. It's very late. Jack Murphy, website hacked. Because the liminal order website actually got hacked either today or the other day. Prophet says, I love, care for, and respect Sydney. I also want to see the video where Jack gets revenge, pissing all over her and brutalizing her sexually. We can only hope. We can only hope.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the quartering, and yikes. It would appear that there were some security issues on the...
Like, I really do not like this dude. I really don't. I don't know why. There's just something about him that I just don't like.
website called the Liminal Order for the Liminal Order.
It's this, like, the presentation of, like, well, I don't know what's going on. Whoa, what is this we're talking about? I really don't like that.
And a lot of files, many gigabytes of files, including
things about
membership
things.
information, photos, videos, have all been leaked. Most of it benign, but there's a lot of things in there that are extremely interesting. Now, I do want to mention, I see, and I'm not going to be partaking in any of this, but
I'm not going to be partaking in any of this, but I have over 1 million subscribers, and I'm just kind of putting it out there. Just fucking own it, dude. Just fucking own it. Like, this whole fucking thing about, like, well, I wouldn't want these things to happen. I'm just reporting the news. Come on, dude.
Seeing a lot of people kind of shaming members of the Liminal Order. I don't think that that's fair.
You've made fun of it. You've brought people's attention to it. You said Jack is a grifter and the people that are in there are maybe idiots, but I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody.
Think that that's productive. And furthermore, I'm also seeing these guys get doxxed, which many of them being doxxed are Jack's fault, given their information has leaked to the internet.
Yeah, of course. Just a virgin circumstance. Travis says, "Oh, gee, man, I don't want to talk about this, but gee, you guys really pressure me, and it's like a service to the public, and this is not fun. This is not fun for me."
Due to security vulnerability issues on his website, which is just basically a WordPress website. Somebody went in there and pulled all sorts of stuff, and it's a absolute treasure trove for the people who are digging deeper into his story that continues to get more and more interesting. Before I get into all that, I just want to give you a quick word from this video's sponsor, Private Internet Access. Huge shout out to this video's sponsor, Private Internet Access.
Private says, "Jesus Christ, this guy looks this guy legit looks like a hobo. He looks like he stinks. Christ almighty, people." Well, yeah. Hold on, let's get back to where he's fat again. Now we know we're in the content. Travis says the timing of the advert was fucking comical.
Definitely worth a follow. Does a lot of deep dive stuff. This was one of the many pictures. I can't show you really any of the other pictures that were leaked, and they were called, this image or file was called, according, and this is a file that Jack would have named. It is called Tools of the Trade. We see handcuffs and ball gags and all sorts, some sort of a hook that goes inside of somebody, and then you lift them up. Just depraved stuff. Not exactly what you want to see. It is an actual hook. This is a hook that goes inside your partner and you lift them up. I assume. Gross. Just
yikers, everybody. Just plain old yikers.
Terrible stuff. It's all publicly available. And a lot of this comes from a public, how do you say it, WordPress file folder.
He's being very careful with his words, being very litigious right now. He's like, oh, this is, Jack didn't have security. This is all kind of open to the public. And what I'm talking about is public information. Well, he knows what he's doing.
And again, I don't think it's fair.
Trami says, oh, please, this was never about the sex toys. No,
I don't like that.
Like, that's just like something on the top of it to be like, oh, look at this fucking pervert. Trami says, who actually cares what Jack sticks where? Nobody. And it's just a way to be lascivious, to be sensationalistic. That's all it is.
The members of this group are having their information released. I know the internet's going to do what it does, and I can't control people, but it does.
Well, I can't control
feel bad
anybody.
For them.
Let me draw attention to this, though. Let me draw attention to this nobody Twitter guy who got pictures, who's posting pictures of their private doxed information. Let me just draw attention to it. I can't control what people do. I mean, I'm just me, just good guy Jeremy.
Again, I don't hold anything against the members of this group whatsoever. I mean, as far as I know, none of them done anything directly to me. Now, there's also an interesting new book that allegedly is out that has been out, by the way, since 2017, that allegedly accuses John or Jack under his original name of scamming Washington schools' finance back in 2012.
So these are things, actually, what he's bringing up right now is actually a little silly because he was cleared of those charges basically via Robert Barnes, who represented him in this case, and he was found to be not guilty. So what he's doing is actually pretty shitty. He's actually just smearing him based on this people said this about him when he was actually, I think he was cleared of it. Trami says you could not make a fucking video or 20 about it, but yeah, you're powerless. Yeah, I mean, he knows exactly what he's doing, and this babe in the woods routine is just a little obnoxious. Just own it. Just be like, yeah, fuck this guy, fuck this dude. If that's what you want to do, just do it. But he knows people like to feel self-righteous. People like to feel indignant, and they like to feel like Jeremy's in their corner in that self-righteousness and that indignation. So, yeah, it's a little ridiculous.
There's a book called A Charter School's Principal Story, A View from the Inside. And allegedly, Jack managed to get paid double or double paid because somehow
he doesn't even know. This guy is so fucking lazy that somebody sent him an email and he's just like, whoa, wow, that's weird. Well, that's crazy. Like I said, Jack actually went to court for these things. So that's when this becomes a little stupid, becomes a little silly, becomes a little Kiwi Farms fodder. I mean, Kiwi Farms, they were looking into Jack Murphy's girlfriend, thinking that she might have been a Russian agent. And he knows that. He fucking knows that. This guy is terminally online. He knows that. If I know this, if I know about it, I guarantee you, Jeremy from the Quartering knows about it. You know what I'm saying? Professor Shaun, you beat me. Here's a diamond for your W. Thank you.
He's a manager of finance for DC Charter Board School. The
Good
principal
night,
got
Prophet.
fired with his
I'm
urging
almost
while
done. You
he
almost
stayed
made it to the
until
end, but
he
thank you
got
for the
fired in
diamond.
2017. This is all alleged, by the way. Now, there's a lot of comments around why he was fired. I don't know. His story is that it was cancel culture, and that people were taking, he was taking pictures or they were smearing him as some sort of alt-right guy. Then there's this other.
There were activists smearing him as alt-right because he came out as a Trump supporter, and then they found a few things that he had done.
story out there about potential money issues, and also the article, his article, about feminists wanting to be taken against their will, was written around that time, and there were a lot of questionable things that could have also led to it. This is the book, A Charter School Principal Story. There's absolutely nothing in the description about it that I can see. So it could be total bunk. This is just coming from an anonymous source. This is a long
anonymous source. I'm just reporting on it uncritically. I don't want to dogpile the guy. I don't want to ruin the guy's life, or I don't want to do anything like that, but I'm going to uncritically report on a book I've never read and I don't know anything about. But just, I'm just throwing it out there, guys. I'm just throwing it out there. See, this kind of shit right here does nobody any favors. Nobody any favors. And this is where it kind of gets fucking stupid. This is where it gets kind of silly. And then when he wants to pretend like, oh, just some innocent babe in the woods. I'm just telling you what people told me. Like, are you fucking serious, dude? Jack Murphy is probably full of shit. But to do this, to accuse somebody of like being like a fraud in a legal sense, seems a little specious.
Book to read. If anybody has a copy, I suppose they could confirm it. Now, also interestingly enough, every single day, hundreds of tweets now have been deleted. I wonder what that is, what that's all about. Jack has lost 5,000 Twitter followers in the last week or so. Today, another bad day, 568. Now, I'm told that he has some sort of press conference planned. Maybe that's good. Maybe that'll be good for him. Maybe he can. Oh my. Yeah, today will be about another 1,000 probably. I think that has a lot to do with, people's personal information leaking out there. I can imagine if I was in that group, I would not be happy about that. Also, according to a screenshot that I was able to see, about 200 members of the Liminal Order have now left. That is $20,000 a month in revenue. Again, I've never told anyone. I don't want anyone to, just listen. I'm not telling anyone to leave that group. I hope that group does good things. I hope that they're still now that's just a screenshot on the internet. So who knows? It appears that,
like what a douchebag. Like this is a guy, I got to make 10 videos a day. I make 10 videos a day. And he's just like, well, I read the screenshot on the internet, and now I'm going to proliferate that concept out to my almost 2 million subscribers. And I'm going to pretend like, well, what am I going to do? What do I have to do with this? Travis says, oh, I want to punch him. I know, he's so disingenuous. If he's not like worried about fucking women and anime or some dumb bullshit, the MCU, this is what he does. This is how he spends his time. Not an impressive person. And he's an example of internet success, right? This bottom barrel, low effort bullshit that people get famous for, that people get notoriety for. It's just following the mood of the moment, whether it's true or not. It's just
according to that screenshot, there are still 600 plus members. So make no mistake about it. This group is extraordinarily well funded. That's $60,000 to $70,000 a month, at $100 a month per user coming in. That is a massive amount of money Jack's group is generating for him. And even with 200 people leaving, that's significant money. I don't have access to it. It is I would be curious to see. It's like, why don't you just scrub your entire Twitter history? That's the weird thing. Why is this like selectively every single day going through this? Could it be that he's trying to get, any tweets? I don't know what he's deleting. So You know, the original tweets are all archived. I have all of that, but I'd have to compare the two eventually, but I don't really care. Hilariously, there is now a web.
But I don't really care. I could do that. I probably will in a future video, but I don't give a shit.
Website called the criminalorder.com. There's a store page. There's a Reddit. It says the Criminal Order is an exclusive men's organization.
He should have shown the Reddit, dude. He should have shown the Reddit, because then I could have valued from that. I could have got something from that. I'm like my video is like the second post on the Reddit. Show the Reddit, dude.
Whose mission to change
help a brother out, help a fellow bearded chubby guy out. Come on.
Culture by cucking ourselves. We ascribe to positive submissiveness and believe in the power of the bull. The men of the Criminal Order know we must do this to ourselves such that we may be better service to our families, communities, and our nation. Through this hetero flexibility, rimming and shame, the Criminal Order equips the A mouth and hands to always be filled with today's chaotic culture. Now, they're selling products. I don't know if this is actually a real. Oh my God. There's actual. Oh my God. There's actual products on here.
He's looking at his bounty. Trauma says this also entirely missing the point of, well, all of it. This is just a meme. Yeah, it is. It is. Meme that he created. And he does not take ownership of it.
For the Criminal Order, including a face mask, which would be hilarious, hilariously apt. Wow. Interesting thing. I don't know what the Reddit is. Probably just a link to. Oh no, there's a Reddit. Oh my Lord.
There we go.
Oh my. Somebody was busy over the weekend.
Scroll down, asshole.
Now, obviously, there's a lot of security issues that are getting brought up.
He didn't scroll down, dude. If he had scrolled down, he would have seen my sweet happenstance meme video.
See this. This person on Twitter. Apparently, still, he says this is, and they put their name on there. That's scribbled out. I quit 2 years ago. Your systems are effed. Apparently, it says I told Jack back in September that the LO systems had no security. He ignored and blocked me. Now you're all being doxxed.
He's reading more screenshots uncritically. Yeah, it's just the things I found on the internet. Trauma says, Jeremy, dude, it takes literally 10 minutes to set up a creator spring with a single design. Yeah, no, that was the low effort thing, but it's probably going to net them some cash.
Jack may be a closeted person, but I don't want to read all that, but none of you deserve to bear any punishment for his predicament. I imported him 2 years ago to have greater security. He ignored and blocked me. Realized that I left LO 2 years ago. How do I still have access? Whoever is running your systems, this should be fixed. Happy New Year. Now, I don't know if this is the same person, but somebody then took like 4 or 5 gigabytes of information, which included a lot of the original users' full names and interviews and all sorts of stuff.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure all sorts of stuff that the doxers did. Yeah. Trauma says, also, Shaun, set up a creator spring. I need a Zoobox hoodie. Autorocks just followed. Thank you, Autorocks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll probably do that in the near future. Honestly, probably will. The Zoobox hoodie could be yours, Tarami, in the near future. I just don't like those things because it's so overpriced. I looked into it earlier, and it was like, I just felt bad. I just kind of felt bad about like how much they charge people. Like for me to make like $5 or $6 off of a sale, things have to be like $35, $40. It's kind of crazy.
This is just a huge mess. Jack may end up getting sued by some of his members who are now getting doxxed. Huge yikes. If the press conference happens today, I'll cover what is said in it. But yikes, what a mess. Hope you enjoyed this video. We'll talk to you again real
Oh my
soon.
God, yikes, what a mess. What a mess, everybody. Autorock says, yeah, Broseph, what's up? Hey, what's up, man? You're a little late. You're a little late. We're about done here. But thanks everybody for watching. Tarami, Hagbert, Prophet, Big Paul. I appreciate y'all. Autorocks, I appreciate you too, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. And we might as well just end the stream with America's favorite Jack Murphy meme video. I still have it here. Still loaded here from the last stream. It's funny, like I made this meme video just as a lark for the stream to start the stream with. Yeah, catch me next time, dude. Nice to meet you too. And we'll be back. Come back next Monday. Or if you'd like, go check out my YouTube page. We're gonna be doing that probably at least one more time this week. We'll be streaming. Monday night is for the boys. Monday night is for DLive. All right, buddy. You have a good one. And everybody, I'll talk to you next time. Good night.